Okay, well, our opening speaker for SciFest 2023, in what he refers to as a past life experience, was the Operations and Training Officer for the former U.S. Army Intelligence's Remote Viewing Program, during which his contributions as a spy for the U.S. led to the instigation of many operational strategies that helped the U.S. win the Cold War back in the 1980s. He also had the idea that rather than train people with psi abilities for intelligence gathering, let's train people who are already within the intelligence gathering community with the perceptual ability called remote viewing. And forever and importantly, altering RV's path, ensuring its crucial place in history and why we are here today. Here to discuss Stargate and TMI, the intriguing Stargate Classified Remote Viewing Program, a precursor to the IRVA and Monroe Institutes fostering the global awakening of consciousness. Please welcome Fred Atwater. Fred, Skip Atwater.
My name is Skip Atwater. Long time ago, when my hair was red instead of gray, I found myself assigned to an interesting unit, military unit at Fort Meade, Maryland. And I liked the fact that I was going to Fort Meade, Maryland, because they'd originally assigned me to the Pentagon, and I couldn't afford to live as a lieutenant at the Pentagon. I would have had to commute a long ways. And they said, oh, well, we're changing your orders to go to Fort Meade. And I said, whoa, that's just a giant golf course. That'll be great. And they family housing and everything else. So when I got there, I found out that they were sending me to a office that did OPSEC, or operational security. And they did it in a very interesting way, in that they would choose US bases around that needed to be surveyed. And we would go as a team to that place to survey them to see how vulnerable they were to the enemy. And so we could do all sorts of neat things and fly satellites over and say, don't try to do anything secret because your satellites are coming over at these times and these hours. And they didn't know that until we could tell them that kind of thing. But we would also test their security systems, and we'd go hang out where the soldiers would go and the bars and everything, and see if they were talking about stuff they're not supposed to talk about and so forth. And then we would, challenge, this is a secure area, you're not supposed to go here. And we'd go there and see what would happen if that did. All of that idea got turned around when I got into this other unit with these teams, because one of the things that I knew about was remote viewing. I'd been involved in it a while. We always call it remote viewing. I was surprised that somebody had a name for this stuff. And I brought up the fact that in my safe in this new office, when I got my new office, I opened the drawer and there were 3 classified documents on remote viewing. And I was like, oh, this interesting. Did somebody send me here that I don't know about, kind of a thing? And I took it into my boss, Major Keenan at the time now, and said, sir, I found these documents in the bottom drawer in Colonel Scottsko's office. And he said, what were they? Oh, yeah. Do you know anything about that? And I said, well, yes, I do. As a matter of fact, I've been in touch with Put and Targ and read their books and so forth and so on. And he says, I don't know who that is, but if you know about this stuff, you're in charge now, Lieutenant. Okay. And that was going to be the first day in the next 10 years of my life. I never left doing that. And those works and those books that I was looking at, many of the authors were different people, but Dale Graff, who is sitting here in the audience right now, was authors of those things. So when I approached my boss and he said, well, what do you want to do about this? And I said, well, sir, you know how we test different organizations to see if they're secure? Well, if this remote viewing stuff that I'm reading about in these books is true, that's something we're not checking on. We're not checking to see if that's a threat. And so he said, well, how are you going to find out? And I said, I think I got to go see Dale Graff. I was pointed towards Dale by several people and said, you have to go talk to him. You have to go talk to him. And so here's my little note on Dale Graff. Make sure you read this. I took a trip out to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio to meet Dale Graff. You see, the idea was I had to prove that it was really a threat and not just something people wrote about or talked about, if I could get my boss to actually do something about it. Dale was a soft-spoken, mid-level civilian employee whose intellect far exceeded his job assignment. Hi, Dale. He had been investigating remote viewing on his own for years, and he was genuinely interested in my inquiry about trying to do something about this, trying to check ourselves using remote viewers to see whether we could find out information, and that would prove the bad guys are working on it. He was interested in other psychic phenomena without holding anything back from me, which is great because I hadn't always met that when I talked to people. It was clear from what Dale showed me that as far as the Soviet Union was concerned, the principal funding source for this research was the KGB. What does that tell you? The presumption was that the KGB was investing in remote viewing surveillance as a possible source of intelligence information. That's all I needed to go back to my boss, Major Keenan, and say, sir, I found out from Dale Graff and these books that says this, this, and this, and this, and it definitely is a threat. They're trying to use this against us, and we need to test for this. Well, what are you going to do, Lieutenant? And that was the second step that took to do this. Anyway, I just wanted to say that it kind of started that way, and I stayed in that office for the next 10 years. I was put into a special program where they didn't rotate me and go to different assignments so that I could build up my expertise as an officer, and I would be much better for appointment to majors and generals and everything. He said, no, you're going to stay here and deal with this. So I wanted to mention Russell and Harold Putoff because I worked with them a whole lot. They're doing different things these days, but you're going to see a couple of other pictures of them and kinds of things that I learned from them and didn't learn from them and so forth. So I just wanted to show you a picture of them. I became the operations and security officer for this office I was telling you about, and I stayed there from 77 to 87. And that's when I did the work of finding out what we could do. And so we came up with this big plan that we needed to train some people. There was ideas that, well, listen, SRI is using these people here and these people here. And I said, yes, sir, but what we do is classified, and we go into classified facilities and they don't have security clearances. I think we need to train some of the people that are right here in the office that already have this, or go recruit some people from Intelligence and Security Command to do this. Well, Lieutenant, what are you going to do? So that's what we did. And we had to go find some people that would volunteer to be in this situation. I went out to see Putoff and Tard here and asked them, you know, was it possible to do this? they didn't do training. They didn't say, I don't think there's anything special about consciousness involved in this at all, you know. They had people that were natural remote viewers that they found, and then ran through a lot of tests, but they didn't, because the people were naturals, they just, you know, came in, and Pat Price would take his glasses and clean his glasses and put them back on. And he said he could see much better that way. And Hala Hammond had her favorite socks that she wore, and those were what enabled her to remote view, you know. And it's like, so the idea of looking into this in any way was sort of strange. So obviously I went looking. William Broad was one of the people, knows how I advanced this, but I'm supposed to be able to look at this, and it shows what I'm looking at. Oh, that's interesting. So I talked to Charles Honorton and William Broad, and they had different concepts and ideas about what would contribute to this. The reason that these guys had ideas and could express them is they were in the business of dealing with psychics, and that was different than dealing with the remote viewers, because these guys were psychics, you see. And Puthoff and Tard were physicists. So you ask them, you know, well, what about this and what about that? And he said, we're physicists, you know, we just make sure we get all our numbers right and look at the odds and so forth and so on, but we don't deal with other things. We're going to come to a little change in that in a minute. So starting with this convoluted agreement, interesting thing that we came to was, I'm trying to read it here, and I'm trying to read it here and push this button here. We recruited some people to do this, and at INSCOM, and then came to an agreement with Puthoff and Tard about training some people to do this, but it was a rather convoluted agreement, because in the Army, people do training all the time. And you could say, yes, we want you to volunteer for this special training, sign here, you know, raise your right hand, so forth. But they don't do training at SRI. They wanted to do an evaluation or a testing. But in all of the Army training programs, you don't get evaluated to see if you're a psychic. So we thought we could do training and kind of slip it by all the people as, oh, training money. Yeah, here you can have this money for training. You're going to do what? So we used one set of words with our volunteers and talked to them about, you're going to go out to SRI and get trained. And then we'll see how you did and so forth and so on. But when we used the language with Puthoff and Tard, we used the word evaluating. We're going to evaluate these people. I'm going to try to advance and see if that advances over here. Oh, that worked fine. Okay. When we eventually signed the contract with them, the contract said that they were going to be evaluated, but we didn't tell the volunteers. We told them they were going to be trained. But because this was a convoluted agreement and it was a delicate issue between, we were going to offer them some people to evaluate, and we were hoping at getting back a transfer of the technology that they were using so that we could continue with people that didn't go to SRI. We had more people than that, more volunteers. Addressing this sensitive issue of training, I took a look at candidates for the evaluation process. So I asked them very specifically, as you can see on the slide. So how am I supposed to find these people? What should I look for in getting people together for your evaluation project? And they opened up tremendously after that, and gave me 6 attributes that would be a good thing to look for. Now, I kind of have a sleight of hand or a little bit too harsh statement when I said on the last slide, it seems like once we had a contract with them, they were much more talkative. And I want to say that sounds like I was being critical of them, and I was at the time. But that was when I asked the questions before, that was the very first time they met me. Who was this strange guy that came here? And, we haven't worked with you before, and what's going on here anyway? And then the minute the contract was signed, they were very willing to talk to me. However, we had become much more talkative, much more able to exchange. And so they gave this very interesting list. I don't know why I'm doing this over here. It's over there too. They started out with these first 3 items here and said, this is things that you should look for. And that was extremely helpful because my boss and I went out into the greater Washington, D.C. area to the Intelligence and Security Command, and were looking for people, interviewing them, and so forth and so on. And we ran into, funny things about, we have a newspaper here where this psychic helped the police solve this crime. Do you think we ought to be doing something like that? And the guy would say, all those psychotics, you ought to lock them up, And then we had other people that said, my grandmother used to do that. And so we'd say, well, maybe we'd like to talk a little later about what she did, and so forth and so on. So we're looking very slightly for people who had at least some interest that this might be possible. So we interviewed people from the greater Washington, D.C. area, and we were interested in, could we change their assignments? Would they be available? Did they have the proper security clearances and all that stuff? But the next slide opens up a Paul Smith issue. Where did you try to sit, Paul? Over there someplace? Oh, okay. Notice that in this following list here, number 4 says individuals who have the ability to inflow data or absorb a great deal of information. Stop there. If any of you know anything about Myers-Briggs testing, that's a really good definition of an ENTP, right? So that's Paul. Okay. So now if you go on to the next few words, without being compelled to form tentative or spurious conclusions. That's me. Okay, that's why I was the operations officer. I wasn't a remote viewer, because my job was to find conclusions, make this decision about this, move that over there, move this over here. So it was obvious to me that this guy I met, Paul is that guy there, but I'm the next guy on the list, and it says they don't do so well at this. Candidates should be highly motivated volunteers rather than ordered or assigned to do remote viewing. Potential remote viewers should be able to quiet their minds and focus their attention on the task at hand, setting aside mental noise of daily trials and tribulations. That's the first time they said anything to me about shifting your consciousness, of paying attention to something else. So that opened the door a little bit based on the change that they start out. Hey, we're just physicists. We don't know anything about that. You know, people just sit down and do it. You know, kind of thing. So what I learned from put off and charred and the consultation of these researchers, literature on the subject, obviously in this brand new unit, they said, okay, you're the operations and training officer. What are you going to do about that, Lieutenant? And so we moved on to the next thing of trying to think about, well, what's a good framework for this? And I found this online, and that kind of explains what that was all about, you know. How about we try this? I don't know, we could put that over there, you know, how about this over here? So the true answer is we kind of made it up while we went along, you know, see what the right thing to do was. Now, the INSCOM training evaluation program included both the candidates who went to Menlo Park, and we had even more candidates that stayed at Fort Meade. And so we were kind of trying to do this outbounder protocol that they were working on to evaluate the people that we'd sent to them. And so we tried to do that here at Fort Meade. And we followed the rules of, you know, we had somebody go someplace, and the monitor, interviewer, and the trainee was unwitting. They didn't know where it was happening and so forth and so on. And then we drove out to the place afterwards. You didn't know, read all that stuff, but you know what that stuff is all about. And over the months and years, this training turned over to some people have gone through this and were working and so forth and so on. And we got more people involved. And by then, Menlo Park SRI had prompted Ingo Swann to develop a program. And so as time went by, I'm not a lieutenant anymore now. And as time had gone by, Ingo came on board and was teaching his remote viewing class. I think the next slide says, I want to tell you a little bit more about that. Ingo Swann's thing was called coordinate remote viewing. You know, I'm advancing it here. Oh, I know, because sometimes I have notes on this and it says, don't forget to mention this. There's that picture. He was very particular about the concepts and the words he used because it was difficult for him to even understand completely how he accomplished what he was doing, but he put together a terrific program. We always called it, you know, it says right there, that's geographic coordinates. That's it. You give them geographic coordinates. And he said, well, you know, the structure that he's teaching doesn't have to do with the geographic coordinates. Those are things we made up. You know, like go over there. Well, where's over there? Well, these are the geographic coordinates. And it doesn't fit. I was trying to roll that up like I did that. It doesn't fit with what he was trying to teach. So I want to just spend a couple minutes on Ingo. The remote viewing signal line provides information, a matrix of information about persons, places, things, and events. The conventional concept is that the remote viewer travels to or sees what's going on and then describes it. And he says that's not true. That the remote viewer doesn't go to or see, he contacts the signal line. And that signal line is an intersection between what he perceives. It's an interesting thing in terms of language that I'm going to use a little bit later about he's in contact with some informational thing. And that informational thing is outside space-time as we know it. And he's not going over there or seeing with these eyes, for goodness sakes. He's got this information packet, and it's that and the monitor who's doing the tasking and the interviewer and everything. I'm going to try pushing the right button. Oh. So on the outbounder protocol, coordinates and sealed envelopes are used as targets. Missions overshadowed the training. The OPSEC missions at the outset, remember OPSEC is the idea is we're going to spend a couple of years now getting these people up to speed here. And the OPSEC mission sort of fell to the side, which was the main unit I worked for, because the intelligence community began to watch what we were doing, and they were much more interested in us using our skills to do operational collection rather than doing OPSEC work, which was a nice preventative measure, and people should keep their minds on it all the time. But if your people do what we see is happening here, you actually should be over here, working over here. So we became designated, and I put a little spy guy in there, to do intelligence collection in the unit, and that changed the way we did things, the types of tasking we used and everything. I'm going back to put up and Tard to say to you, and I haven't said that before, they were working for the CIA and they were evaluating people along the way, and then those people were used to collect intelligence targets too. And so I just wanted to return to this, is that they found the same issue came up with it. They were going to do this science and they were going to find out how it works. And can you remote view small things? What if we go into the ocean? Does that block it? Could it be this? Could it be that? And then they started asking questions, what if you went over, here's some coordinates, you try these. And they started getting intelligence information. And so all this worry and concern about how it works is, you guys figure out how it works, but we want to know actually about this here and this here and this here. Well, the same thing happened to us as we moved through the system. During this contract, remote viewers are tested for their ability to access things. And they were saying, on part 2 of your contract, I think we want to try these people that are doing so good. They're scoring way high on this. We'd like to come up with some other ideas. So we said, well, hey, it's your contract. You got it. Okay, so one of the new interests that they came up with, enough of this outbounder protocol and stuff, somebody poked them in the ribs, 3-letter CIA, said, you ought to try this too. Can a remote viewer read? Okay, well, they said, if a target of interest in Menlo Park involved letters and words, it's easy to describe objects and stuff that they read information, blocked by time, distance, and shielding. In this type of session, words were randomly scrambled and then put together. Viewers knew they were supposed to be reading words, and they were cued to try to connect with the designated area. This was at Menlo Park, and they tried to connect with the designated area and describe the prominently displayed words. Here we go again. This provided some intriguing information about what's going on in remote viewing. It's easy to assume that a viewer had connected with an individual letter and put them together to form the words. I won't even get into the telepathic possibilities there with the testers and so forth and so on. Here's an example. To test this concept, they scrambled the words, and for example, the word cattle might be scrambled into those letters, and those letters are written on the card, and then they put this up on the blackboard and said, we need you to go to room 237 and read the word on the blackboard. But the remote viewers still reported the word cattle instead of the mixed up letters. And so the question is, what do you think happened? You all can talk and say, hey, I know. What do you think happened? Did they straighten out the words? Did they have other kinds of access to what the word they were supposed to say? And this idea of setting up this concept of, oh, we'll scramble them and that'll tell us whether they do this or do that. You know, I mean, remote viewing doesn't involve space or time. I'm going to tell a side story here. You all have heard of Joe McMoneagle, and he used to go on TV shows and they, okay, we're going to have these targets and we're going to shuffle them in 5 envelopes, and the sheriff is going to pick one envelope, but he's going to lock it in his safe and this, that, and the other thing. And then you talk to Joe later, he said, yeah, but it's really hard when all the cameras are on you and they're doing this and they're doing that and they're telling you this. I just did it at home at night before all that happened. So, I mean, the target is the target is the target, and you can't hide it behind your back. I mean, it's the target, right? So he has a lot of successful things. I'm like, oh, how did he do that? Well, he was at home in bed and sketched. Going to be the target, right? So no other brilliant ideas other than the right answer. Basically, he said, you know, you could take the word, re-scrambling the letters and this, that, and the other thing. You could burn it and throw it away and stir it up. It's still the answer, you know. That's interesting. In tasker's intent, intent is a very interesting word. I used it once in teaching a remote viewing class at Monroe, and the guy said, I have to know, how do they get to the target? How is this done? And I said, it's intent. You have to have a very strong, well, I don't believe in intent, see?
I think they're tapping into the thought energy that went into creating the target to begin with. Because when you have a thought, that's an energy field, and it's out there. And when you get into that frequency band, then you tap into all that information that's in that band.
Yeah.
And it's just a matter of filtering it out.
You hear me? The rational mind wants to make sense of it. So they see scrambled, they don't see scrambled letters. They see something that makes sense to them based on their years of conditioning.
That is a very good perspective, that the viewer is trying to make sense of it for himself, although we would train remote viewers not to do that. But that's a good idea. Okay, let's move on to what I'll call a real world story here. This is a remote viewing that I was involved with somebody who was working in the military group. The story about Czechoslovakia. Harley Trent was the viewer. He won't mind me revealing his name since he died a long time ago. But it was I won't get into too much detail, but it was an idea that we were tracking a spy that we had hired, a human spy, and we were worried about some of the things he has done with what we're paying him for. Didn't seem to run true to every operation that we are running with him. So we were asked to take a look at him and see if we could follow him and find any suspicious activity. So that's the setting. And so he said, well, we kind of have to know where he's going to be at a particular point so that we can find him. And so they gave us some coordinates, and they said, this is a small town in Czechoslovakia, and he's supposed to go there to meet with his contracting officer, his control, and we'd like you to follow him. And he said, okay, we're going to go to this place, and which was the coordinate. And so gave that to Hartley Trent, and he came back and he said, I seem to be in the middle of a European town square. You know, there's a little parky area and buildings around and so forth. So it's some sort of park square, and there's guys sitting on a bench over there. And I'm like, we don't know when this is. And if we're supposed to find this guy, it has to be a whenness. So remember, I'm telling you a thing about reading here, just making a long story. So I say, well, tell me about the activity on the bench over there. And he says, oh, some guy's over there reading the paper. And I said, we'll go over there and stand behind him and take a look at the paper. Tell me what it says. And he said, I can't read it, it's in Czech. And I said, well, if it was in English, what did it say? And he said, oh, in English, it says there was a car accident last night that right down the road and 2 people were killed. I said, oh, isn't that interesting? Well, obviously we could go chase down that newspaper and get the exact date of it and what happened. And that gave us the date information. And then from that forward, I had him find the guy and follow him around, report what happened, which is kind of all classified. But interestingly enough, they didn't jump on the issue right away and said, we were following you and we know what you did. Well, how are you following me? Well, we don't want to get in that argument. But these spies that work for us get polygraphed once a year. And so they waited until his polygraph came up and said, well, remember when you were going to go do the drop off here and did everything go well there? And of course, he kicked on the test he was taking, and they fired him because of that. Now, they didn't tell him or give him any information about how they collected that information. Why did they ask that question and so forth? Because you didn't want to reveal what you were doing at the same time. But this is an interesting story about this reading thing. Has more to it than just scrambling some letters up there. I mean, what does language matter anyway? You know, if it were in English, what would it say? Oh, well, if it was in English, it says. Yeah. Okay, I got to figure out which button here. Okay. Ta-da. About 2 years before Joe McMonagle retired, he requested that what INSCOM would call advanced individual training. A lot of soldiers get advanced individual training because new things come out and so forth and so on. And just to tell you a little bit about Joe's remote viewing style, he initiated a relaxed state of consciousness. He actually laid down in the bed in the interview room, and I sat at a table over here with tape recorders and stuff. And that later brought about a variation in his consciousness in the interaction with the interviewer. He talked slurred and so forth and so on. And audio recordings were made, and then later Joe would sit up at the table and sketch or draw and respond to questions that I would ask and say, well, you talked about this area over here. Did you have anything for this over here? He said, oh yeah, that was 3 cars parked over there. I forgot to tell you that, everything. I think, was it you, Paul, that was asking about saying something about what's the long-term remote viewing thing? ERV, yeah. If you had a question, well, what's ERV? It's kind of like what Joe did all the time. It was, focusing on shifting, so forth. Not everybody did that. There's no, I've come to know now, there's no exact right way to do remote viewing, except for the one that works. The one that works for you. And don't try to, you shouldn't do it that way. You should do it this way over here. I mean, if a guy is getting the answers, you just leave it alone. Okay, so he had very wonderful. I worked 1,000 remote viewings with Joe McMonigal himself at the unit. And so I decided the best advanced training would be for him to go to see Mr. Monroe. I had been to a program down there and I knew Mr. Monroe and thought that Joe ought to go down and work with him. So I proposed I got some secret money and I proposed to him that he work with Joe and develop special tapes for him. None of these things that you use in the public to go to focus this and focus that. I want you to work with Joe and pull out of him by making special recordings for him. And then said, I'd like this to take place over a year, but it would be 10 weeks of training. Joe would come down here a week at a time, then he'd go back home, and the next month he'd come back, and that should take place over, holidays and stuff. It should take place for a year. Now, on the Friday of every week, I would go down there and do an audit. I would come down with the sealed envelope and stuff and work with Joe. I wondered if it says, remember to tell him the subject. Oh. And so I'm going to show you an example of one of those Friday sessions that I did with him. And my special note over here, highlighted in yellow, says the following example is one of those audit sessions conducted at TMI while Joe was wearing headphones and reclining in a dimly lit, secluded room. So we were separated from him, and I was in one room and I would do the session with him, and Mr. Monroe would adjust his audio and so forth. So when I push the button, we should get to see this video. Let's see what happened. Did it go anyplace? I'll try pushing it again. Oh.
Relax now and focus your attention. Focus fully and completely on 44 degrees, 35 minutes, 26 seconds north, 104 degrees, 42 minutes, 54 seconds west. Just relax now. Relax and concentrate. Slowly and completely on 44 degrees, 35 minutes, 26 seconds north, 104 degrees, 42 minutes, 54 seconds west, and describe your perceptions to me.
First I look very huge pile of rocks run up and down vertical line.
Joe went on to, after he retired, he was invited to go to the Stephen LaBerge Lucid Dreaming Lab. Now, those of you who aren't familiar with the system there, he had heard that Joe could do some remote viewing, and he was going to do tasking of a remote viewing target. And then he was going to monitor Joe's brain and his eye movements, because he was trained that if he would move his eyes, he says, okay, I'm ready to start. I'm in a dream now. And then he would have this dream activity. And then he would, at the end of the dream, he would move his eyes again, and they'd know he was finished. And so he was then supposed to wake up, and they'd all come into the room, and he was asked to sketch or describe what his dream was all about. That's the plan anyway, okay? They had put a picture for him to remote view inside an envelope, okay? And then put it down outside the Explorer room in another door, 2 doors down. And they showed Joe, said, see, 2 doors down, that's where in your dream, we want you to go down there, open the envelope, and describe the picture for us when you get back. And that's our remote viewing experience. And that's what it's time to do. But when Joe got, I'm dreaming, I'm doing this, I went down to the room, they said, but I couldn't find the envelope. Yeah, I looked everywhere. I couldn't find the envelope, and yet I knew I was supposed to. What am I going to do? And he said, I know. If there's a picture in there, a photographer took that picture. I know. I'll go stand behind the photographer and see what he took a picture of. And that wasn't in the exercise. You were supposed to go down the hall. He couldn't find the envelope. I'm going to push a button. And when they asked him to draw, when he woke up and he asked him to draw what he found, this is what he found. In his mind, he stood behind the guy who took the picture. That's the way he described it. And they asked him to take a look at what that was. Let me see if I can find the lasers. Nope. I turned something on. Oh, there it is. Big circle? Whoa, look at that. Anyway, there are hills back there. I obviously wrote this in big print so we could all read it. And there's a cabin with shadows back here, trees on the left, trees on the right, a road here. Reminded him of the American Rockies or maybe the Alps, because these things are really big mountains, and it's casting shadows over here, and there are deep shadows down here, and some sort of a barn or some sort of a cabin down here. And he failed to find the picture in the envelope. And so they said, here, give him the envelope, let him open the envelope. Do I dare push a button? Oh, maybe that one. So there's the envelope they gave him. And that's what was inside. So this gives you some fun thing to think about, which many of you have answered already. I don't need a picture in an envelope. I just figure out how to go find it. Joe has matured a long ways and does his own thing. And he doesn't know when he's doing it. I could tell you more stories, but time is coming to an end. Let's see what else might be on here. This is the Monroe Institute. Yay. So I did a lot of things here. Did research projects, conducted prep sessions, guidelines, taught remote viewing courses. I published a bunch of peer-reviewed things. And personal research program was kind of my favorite thing. Prep session is where someone goes into an isolation booth and you get to interview them. I've been in a monitor for guidelines a lot, but I've also done stuff myself in the booth. Hello. And I'd like to teach you about remote viewing classes, but you guys all know about that. I just wanted to show you Bob Williams. Does the name Bob Williams mean anything to anybody? You ever met him? Yeah. Bob Williams was a scientist at NASA and had 4 strokes, and it was very difficult to talk. And when he would sit in a class, people would kind of look weird at him and everything. And so I held him up and pointed at him and said, you know, I can't understand a thing you're saying, Bob. And he said, you think you can't understand? I recorded myself. I don't understand either. But he was a really sweet guy. And so he set out to do some remote viewing in my remote viewing class. And we taught all different kinds of things to do in remote viewing. You know, just be very careful. You're going to describe and don't name, use just a few words, sketch things that you don't think for, try to orient, just little coaching things. And he had gone to all those classes, but when he came up, he just said, okay, my target envelope is 0144532, and my name is Bob Williams, and so forth and so on. And he said, when he came back, he said, Skip, I'm really sorry, I couldn't do it. He said, I sat down and I was going to do this and I was going to do that. And I knew I should just write short words and little rough sketches and so forth and so on. Don't draw any conclusions about anything. Your job isn't to name it, it's to describe it, so forth and so on. And all he wrote was gold chalice. And he said, I'm really sorry. I probably really goofed it up and I could have done a lot better. And I said, well, where's your envelope? It's over here. Well, let's look in the envelope. You going to change? Maybe time is up. Oh, there it is. So whatever the stroke that he had and his inability to speak and so forth and so on, he was a really dear soul, but his remote viewing wasn't broken. Okay, so now he would take a rest, and that's that. I'm working on a theory about how the sound system at Monroe really contributes to this ability to do perceptions in what I would call non-local space-time perceptions. But we're out of time here.
Our next speaker has been a volunteer with the Monroe Institute for 8 years. And for the past 3.5, she's been building and curating the Institute's virtual archives. One project which really excited her was the finding of about 2,000 tapes from the Early Explorer Project and more than 250 tapes of Bob Monroe's talks regarding the Gateway Voyage and Guidelines program. Once she had the boxes and the bins organized, she created a spreadsheet index of everything and then set about digitizing the tapes. Fortunately, she found what she called a remarkable piece of equipment, a tape recorder player, which could turn the analog tape into a digital file, and she could put them on a flash drive. From there, she was off and running. As one who is incredibly grateful to the work of archivists, please join me in welcoming Susan Smily, Monroe Institute's archivist, for her review of the Monroe Institute's 40-year history.
This is Bob Monroe's first out-of-body experience. Out of mama's body. I used to have a sign on my refrigerator that said, never put off till tomorrow what should have been done in the late 70s. And that's what Bob did. He did it in the late 70s. He did his book. But what I'm doing here with you today, rather than being a boring librarian, going through pictures of stuff that I have posted in the archives, I'm going to give you a lot of opportunities to get the address for that. I'm just put together a slideshow with a variety of things that I'm going to blather my way through. And there we go. So this is a Robert Monroe gallery. Bob was a radio man. In his early days, he started as a radio guy. How many of you know of the radio show, The Shadow? That's one of Bob's. Okay, so he did a lot of radio work. He was a techie. And then he had an out-of-body experience and thought he was going crazy. But he decided that as a radio man, that maybe he could look at the sound technology and help people do what he was doing in looking at expanded consciousness through sound. And ultimately that led him to found the Monroe Institute, where he could work with developing sound. Pause. I have a whole bunch of little videos that are pieced together, and I don't know how long each of them is and when they're going to start and stop. After he wrote his book, he started to get a lot of letters. Now, I want to back up 1 second and say that these are all images I've taken from the archives, and there are a couple of thousand pages with about 10,000 items that you can find in the archives. I'll show you a bit later how to look at them, but you'll also get the address, and I ask you to go and, as Bob says, find out for yourself. He started to get a lot of letters from people about their out-of-body experiences, about his book. And a lot of people had that experience that some of us have had, where they go into a bookstore and the book falls on their foot. And it was his out-of-body book that brought them to the Institute and led them to do a variety of things in consciousness growth. And he kind of embraced working with these people and embraced finding ways to help them understand for themselves, as many of you who have done Monroe workshops know, to find out how you can be that explorer. Now, it was mentioned in my introduction that I came across a lot of tapes. Actually, I was standing outside the Nancy Penn Center one day when AJ, one of Bob's stepchildren, came up with a truck, standing there with a truck, and he said, I got all these tapes. I said, what are you doing with them? He says, oh, I'm going to take them up the mountain. I said, no, I'm the archivist. I get everything. Little did I know what I was getting into at that point in time, because as mentioned, there were 2,000 audio tapes, and these are what Skip was mentioning from the Explorers program. This is the equipment I found that I could digitize the tapes, CDs. The Explorers program was people who came into our lab and tried to connect with energies or entities while they were in the, and I'll show you pictures of the lab itself a bit later, and gather information. And Bob was very, very interested in this. He did some RV with some of these people, but it wasn't really as effective as he would have liked it to be. Over the years, the Institute created a lot of newsletters. All of these newsletters are on the archives. All of the articles are on the archives, along with, I don't have all 2,000 of those audio tapes up yet, okay? I need to say that. But as you can see, the newsletters ranged from mimeograph to finally we got into virtual newsletters, which we're doing now. And some of these allowed people who were doing research, like with the breakthrough or the Hemisync Explorer, to explain the kind of research they were doing with Bob's tapes out there with students, subjects, and patients. The focus was a newsletter that just kind of said what was going on around the Institute. The journal was more research oriented. And I'm not sure what that one is, I can't see that close. Interesting thing happens when you take images from photos from Apple, and some of these pictures go very quickly, but if it's a long one, it takes forever to just scroll to the bottom of it. And if you have a sideways one, it takes forever to read across. So we'll just wait it out. Sorry about that. How many of you have ever used Apple Photos? Are you with me in hating it profoundly? You put your pictures together and number them, and then it says, oh, she wants them randomized. Okay, this is a little bit of what the Internet Archives itself looks like. If you come through the Internet Archives, you will find this opening page, and there are collections. So a lot of the stuff I've put up is on the archives. If you have 25 or more items in one topic, you can create a collection. That's what these buttons refer to down here, these bubbles. And so I've created a lot of different collections in the archives. But I prefer that people actually go to the, up here to the Start Here button, because on the start, you click the start. This is one of those ones that slides through. Thank you, Apple. What I've done is I've created an index that you can go through, and it will find various subject areas for you. And compiled documents, our research section. And okay, so an interesting thing here is that at the end of each section, there's supposed to be a slide that gives you the address for the Institute archives, and that's not showing up. Thank you, Alan. How many of you are taking the tour to the Institute on Sunday? Great. Well, this is some of the scenery you'll see as you go there. It's an awesome place. The energy. Bob did an experiment one time where he went around the property, taking soil from one place to the next place, to the next place, to the, taking bits of soil and energizing it around the entire Institute to help create a positive energy vortex. One of the things that we suggest you not do is try to get up close and personal with the cows, particularly the bulls. There is a lake, actually smaller than it looks, but people swim, they pontoon, and this is the crystal. And people experience a lot of energy things around the crystal. It's when you go over there, you'll be able to see it. There's a duplicate or a second half of the crystal up at the mountain. Early days, when they were doing the groundbreaking, Bob bought the land, called it the new land. He actually hoped originally to make it a community of people that would kind of live and work together, but it's more now just the Monroe Institute and people that live in their own property. But there are two campuses, the lower one, and you saw that picture from Skip, and the upper campus. Again, wonderful energy in these buildings, because for 40 years, people have been going there to work on finding themselves in expanded consciousness. They're looking at ways to be more than the three-dimensional self. This is one lovely pictures of our campus. And down there, you can just see the .org address that's not showing up. I'm sorry. That's a better swimming pool than the one down here. Let's see that. There you go, quick. archive.org/details. Whoops. Maybe we'll get it again. Researching in the lab, we've got more pictures of Ingo and Kutov because they came and worked with Bob he was developing his tapes. And what he was trying to do was help people balance their brain hemispheres in order to achieve different states, alpha, beta, theta, delta, and experience more than the physical body. You are more than your physical body. And the only criteria he put upon us was that we be willing to accept that we are more than our physical body. This is the soundproof room that people went in to do the Explorer tapes or to do the prep sessions. It's an amazing area once you get settled in there. Copper line and a water bed, and you don't have one count. The sound dome that helps direct sound directly to you. And this was in Bob's, can you read it? He had that in his office. I've gone to look for myself if I should get back before I return to here. So there's an early picture of Skip and his work in the lab at the Monroe Institute while he was research director. And there are audios and videos on the archives where his talk with Joe, early picture of Joe. And Joe now does the RV classes there. I took RV class with Skip. He didn't mention his teaching those classes. It was really cool. I'm going to show you very briefly here. There'll be a couple of, this was a picture. This was the target picture. And these are some of the samples that people came up with. On the left there, and then a target picture of the Rivanna River Dam and map. And again, I'll have a couple of pictures of people RVing that particular. That's a pretty darn good RV drawing. And a graveyard. And again, the map of where it is. And down on the right-hand side, you've got, again, a pretty good RV drawing of that graveyard. Now, let's see if we're going to come up with there it is. archive.org/ it stops, but not for long. That's like, one of the reasons I do these archives is I tell people I'm OCD and ADD. That means I'm OCD, but not for very long. How many of you have heard of the infamous page 25? Okay, you see, it just jumped a whole section on me. Okay, there is I have on the archives a whole section of the Army documents in chronological order, letters back and forth between the Army and the Institute, Bob's plans. The infamous page 25 was really a matter of somebody scanning the document and 2 pages sticking together. when it came out that there was a page 25 crisis, I said, well, I've got it. Because I happen to have a copy of the original rather than the one that was sent to the Army documents and taken over by the CIA, who then released them and stamped all of them as released. The fun part of that was when I downloaded all their documents, I discovered one copy of those early newsletters that I didn't have in my original files that was stamped, released by the CIA. And so my only copy of one of the early Monroe newsletters is one that had been classified and then unclassified. And we just jumped another whole section of the video. That's okay, I'll finish on time, I guess. The programs that are relevant now, there's a group of programs. I wanted to show you some images here. Is there any way we can back the video up? No, we can't. What you're saying is no. Yeah. I mean, when I pause. Okay, thank you. The basic programs at the Monroe Institute start with the Gateway, and there's a series of what we call core programs, but there's also a series of programs that are very instrumental in helping people achieve different states of altered consciousness that are similar to RV. So there's the RV course, lucid dreaming, out-of-body experience, near-death experience. I'm sorry, I'm ignoring all of you over there. I apologize. And I'm not going to worry about this because it keeps jumping. The trainers are awesome. The programs are awesome. The site is awesome. The archives are awesome. I invite you to come and visit them. And I'm Susan.Smily, S-M-I-L-Y, at monroeinstitute.org. If you have any questions about the archives, I'm happy to address them. And if you have any questions for me now, we'll let this thing play itself out. These are some of our images from our professional seminars. The last one of which I was almost ready to do. We were 10 days from it when lockdown came. So we finally did it online. Pause. Never mind. Somebody got it written down. I'll call it out again. Questions? Yes, could you go to the mic, please?
Hi, Susan. Thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. I don't have questions. I have 2 comments. So first of all, the food is also amazing, not just the trainers and the, which it's very popular with participants. And my second comment is about the comment you made about the book falling. I personally, that's how I learned about the Monroe Institute. It was not a bookstore. It was a library where the book, I was just walking through the stacks and the book just caught my attention in a very unique way. And I also want to say I've talked to so many Monroe Institute participants who've had a similar experience of how they learned about the whole thing. So it seems to be a very, very common theme. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments?
If you have a question, please come to the middle.
Also, these are the, these are the podcasts that are now available both through the Monroe website and on the archives. And they're an important, very important part of what's going on now. Yes, Mark.
This is not a question as much as a compliment to you. I think people probably, if you've never been to these archives, you have no idea how amazing this is. I've done a lot of work across a lot of our organizations, and I mean, I'd love to know of somewhere else that has something like this, but I am blown away at how much information is in there. One of the other organizations I'm involved with, IONS, would just so benefit from having archive of this. And yet they don't. So I think if you haven't been to this, we'll find some way to get this to people. So don't worry about that. If you can't see it here, we'll get it to you. But this is amazing. You really should see this, because any way you want to see, if you are someone who looks at information, this is organized so beautifully and has indexes and ways you can see anything you want, learn anything you want about this information. Her mind is so beautiful. So just, if you like anything to do with this, I really recommend finding a way to go with it. So.
Mark, my wallet's in my bag over there. I'll see you later. Cut. Pause. It does, it doesn't want to. Forget about it. I just want to turn it off. Any other questions? So it's archive.org/details at Monroe-Institute-Archives. Oh, it's underscore Monroe_Institute_Archive. Archive.org/details at Monroe_Institute_Archives. Pardon? Oh, put that in front of the camera. Oh, clever. Doesn't work. I'm also open to people in groups or anything who want to do a Zoom meeting where I will come in and do a walkthrough of various aspects of the archives with you, teach you how to use it. Because on the Zoom I can do share screen. And trying to give you everything in half an hour is pretty insane. But I just wanted to give you a taste of what's there and what's happened with the Institute over all those years since Bob had his first out-of-body experience and decided to go exploring. And that's what he said, come and find out for yourself. That's really all we can do about anything. And our own answer. Everybody's look at non-physical matter reality is different. Just as everybody's look at 3D matter reality is different and crazy. Anyway, thank you very much for your attention and support.
Our next speaker is researcher, remote viewer, and remote viewing trainer. Her work is grounded in the idea that our potential as humans is unlimited. The journey into which began for her over 30 years ago, with her sending off for a paper to Dr. Talpotoff and Russell Tarr for their research into something called remote viewing. What she learned from that was so profound, it altered her career path and opened the door for her into the fields of consciousness research, parapsychology, and shamanism. She is the author of 10 books, including OBEs, Remote Viewing, and Other Normal Experiences, which contains a foreword written by my uncle, Ingo Swan, who would, during his early OBE experiments at the ASBR, notoriously return to his body, sometimes upside down. Here to discuss the relevance of OBEs to the history and modern practice of remote viewing is Dr. Angela Thompson-Smith.
Thank you. That is simple. Okay. Good morning.
This presentation focuses on two similar but dissimilar topics, the out-of-body experience and remote viewing. And currently there are two or more predominant views that related to the occurrence of OBEs and the practice of RV, irrespective of school and method. I'm not going to go into individual schools, individual methods, because we only have a half hour. It would have been a lot longer. And these two theories are OBEs. The first one is OBEs are strongly related to the early history of remote viewing, documented by Ingo Swann and Puthoff and Targ at SRI, but not necessarily relevant to RV today. And the second one is OBEs are relevant to both the early history of RV and remain relevant to RV today. So I'm going to just cover those and how they tie in. I'll try and tie it all in at the end. I've dedicated this talk to Janet Lee Mitchell, PhD, who passed away recently, very sadly. And her book, Out of Body Experiences, is, I believe there are some copies still on the book table outside, if anybody would like to purchase one. And it has been republished and is available on Amazon under the same title, I believe, but basically the same text, and it is also on Kindle. And of course, Janet worked with Ingo Swann at the ASPR, the American Society for Psychical Research, researching his OBE abilities prior to his relocating to SRI in California to carry out research there. How am I qualified to talk on this topic? I've had a lot of experiences. I've always had the idea that if something interesting comes along, go for it. I had personal out-of-body experiences since I was a young child and thought everybody had these. I thought it was like dreams. Everybody dreams and not everybody talked about their dreams. Until I was in really my late 20s, early 30s, and I came across research work on OBEs. I said, that's what I do. And I started talking to people and they said, oh, never have had that. Okay. And I thought I was perhaps a little, perhaps I am. I participated in Gansfeld research as a subject at the Psychophysical Research Laboratory in Princeton, New Jersey, which was a second laboratory to pair. And they put you in a soundproof room, and somebody else in another soundproof room, watching a video, and the person in the soundproof booth is trying to pick up, and you're all, kind of wired up with ping pong balls on your eyes. It looks really weird. And trying to pick up all the information that they're seeing on the video. That was very interesting. I worked at the Pear Lab at Princeton University for 5 years, where I participated as both a sender and receiver in their precognitive remote perception work. Somebody would go out to a location and the recipient would try and pick up information about where they were. Different with the Pear Lab was, this was done prior to the individual going out to the location. So it was like a precognitive outbounder. And the recipient could do their work a day, a week, a month earlier before the target was even picked. So that was amazing participation there. I also took shamanic courses with Hank Wesselman and Jill Trukendale of Vision Seekers, which opened my eyes to a whole new realm of experiences and ideas. And also I trained in parapsychology at Saybrook University during my graduate work, primarily with Professor Stanley Krittner. And then I trained with ex-military remote viewing trainers, Paul Smith and Linda Cannon. So I've had a sort of well-rounded experience in this field. Definition.
OBEs have been described, and you probably know these, many terms according to the culture or discipline recording them. And I'll give you a couple of them here. They're too extensive to give the whole lot. So from spiritual science, we have the term astral projection, and then, of course, spirit travel. The ayahuasca ritual from North American Indians speaks of loosing the bounds of the soul. The Egyptians called the phenomenon Va. The Yaqui Indians referred to as brujo or witch flying. Tibetan writing talk of displacing the soul and the power of the dialogue. The Greeks termed the ability ecstasy. African Zulu described OBEs as opening the gates of distance. And the Australian Aborigines talked about seeing at a distance. So every culture right down through history knew this ability and called it by something that referred to how they did it and how they perceived it. So now we've come to modern definitions. And I like the work of Susan Blackmore, Dr. Susan Blackmore in England, even though she's a skeptic. The skeptics have their uses, that they tell us where to improve and where to, where we've gone wrong. But I really like her work. And she describes an OBE as an experience in which a person seems to perceive the world from a location outside their physical body. What does that also remind you of? Remote viewing. In this state, they can see and hear events and conversations that cannot be perceived from their actual physical location. And according to researcher John Palmer, it's believed that about 1 in 20 individuals experience at least one, if not more, OBEs during their lifetime. About 1% of the population have multiple OBEs. So we go on to the skeptics. Skeptics state that it's improbable that the body and mind can separate. Although consciousness research has shown us that at least 2 predominant attention states exist. The monist state, where the brain is the mind is the brain, and the dualist state, which says that the mind can separate from the body. However, the skeptics' theories do not explain cases where the individual during an OBE has been seen at a distance on at least 2, 1 or more occasions, and where the OBEer is able to access verifiable information about a distant location, person, or event, as if they were actually there. To Susan Blackmore, I've never actually physically visited with her, but we have had conversations and correspondence over the years. And basically, she's written that an OBE begins when a person loses contact with sensory input from the body while still being conscious. She adds that the person retains the feeling of having a body, but that feeling is no longer derived from data provided by the senses. The experiencer views the world from perceptions that arise in the brain rather than from direct sensory input. And of course, that reminds us again of remote viewing. Blackmore sees a major dilemma with the concept that something actually leaves the body during an OBE. If the body is out, she says, and it's non-physical in nature, she cannot see how it can interact with the physical environment. However, here we have Dr. Carlos Osis at the ASPR, the American Society for Psychical Research in New York, worked with Janet Mitchell, and one of their, or 2 of their subjects were, of course, Ingo Swann and Alex Tanis. And so one of the major questions is whether some aspect of human consciousness leaves the body during an out-of-body experience. And so does the same thing happen our questions are, does the same thing happen in remote viewing? or are out-of-body experiences and remote viewing the same or different? And, or are they very different aspects of the same phenomenon? So those are lots of questions that scientists have tried to answer over the years. So back in 75, OSIS developed a device that was suspended, like a tubular device that presented a target that could only be seen in its entirety from a certain perspective or viewpoint. The consciousness had to go to a viewfinder. This optical device consisted of a viewing window looking towards 4 quadrant pictures, consisting of black and white outlines, a color wheel, and a series of mirrors. And when viewed from a perspective other than through the window, the target could only be seen as fragmented parts. Participants Ingo Swann and Alex Panos were tested with this device, and the results were quite significant. So it showed that they were, with their out-of-body state, were able to go to the viewing window and see the whole complete picture that was presented by these differentiated parts. Alex Panos, for example, was an OBE adept. I'd never met him, and he's since passed over. And he said that his out-of-body experiences combined intuition, insight, and total body experience in the act of really observing. So Tanis was able to initiate voluntary OBEs to target rooms where he perceived objects and caused the feather to move. Tanis also saw his astral body as a ball of light that was able to travel to various locations at will. And an experiment was set up at the New York headquarters of the Energy Research Group by Dr. Richard Dobbin. And they used extremely sensitive light detection equipment that was able to pick up and measure bursts of light when Tanis visited him during an OBE. And so Tanis was also reported to have been seen by a psychic in a target room at the ASPR while he was having an OBE. So there is some evidence that the out-of-body state can be perceived by others and by equipment. Ingo Swann was also studied by Dr. Carlos Osis and Janet Mitchell at the ASPR. And their research with Ingo also supported the concept that something is able to temporarily separate from the physical body. Ingo has written that he was always aware that his spirit was not confined to his physical body. And he added that mental travel is merely an extension through time and space of individual consciousness. He also believed that the ability to have such experiences was not a special talent, but a natural function of human consciousness, which I fully agree with. Everybody has that ability, but is not always developed. So now we jump forward to 76, when Ingo was invited to go over to the SRI, Stanford Research Institute in California, and work with Hal Puthoff and Russell Targ. And eventually they wrote a paper on their research. And they described how the term remote viewing came about. And the term was developed by Janet Mitchell and Ingo Swann in New York, and they took that then to SRI. And in their paper, which I'll give you the quote in the next slide, as observed in the laboratory, the basic phenomenon appears to cover a range of subjective experiences, variously referred to in the literature as autoscopy in the medical literature, exteriorization or dissociation in the psychological literature, simple clairvoyance or traveling clairvoyance or out-of-body experience in the parapsychology literature, or astral projection in the occult literature. We choose the term remote viewing as a neutral descriptive term, free from prior associations and bias as to mechanisms. So that was their decision about how they came about and how they decided to use the term remote viewing. There were also some other definitions they gave in their seminal paper, their IEEE paper. Remote viewing is a human information accessing capability, pertains to the mental ability to access and describe information blocked from ordinary perception and secure against such access. Remote viewing is the trained mental ability to access and report and describe protocol information that's accessed by something other than the known five senses, using methods and techniques that were developed over 30 years of research. And here we have put off in charge at Lynn Buchanan's house in 1999, where we inaugurated IRVA, the International Remote Viewing Association. And here they are exchanging business cards because they hadn't seen each other at this point for 13 years. So they were reuniting at this seminal meeting and getting reacquainted. And their paper is by Puthoff and Tard, 1976, a perceptual channel for information transfer over kilometer distances, historical perspective and recent research and proceedings of the IEEE 64, pages 329 to 354. A lot of very interesting research there. I'm going to leave that up for a moment while I go on to the next portion here. So labels. All of these are labels to describe. So I'll go back a little bit. So there's current disagreement in the RV field regarding the importance of OBEs to the RV field. However, we need to remember that the OBEs and remote viewing are basically labels to designate a certain experience in its development. Despite the early history of OBEs in RV, for example, Ingo Swan's experiences, SRI's consideration of OBEs in the naming of the topic, it remains controversial in the RV field, particularly in some of the CRV fields. The current practice of current training and practice of remote viewing. Labels such as autoscopy, exteriorization, dissociation, simple clairvoyance, traveling clairvoyance, out-of-body experiences, and remote viewing remain labels, sometimes relabels of other experiences to describe a particular theory and practice. So we're coming up now to a consensus. I battled how to bring this to a close when I was writing up these notes. How am I going to tie all this together? Because I know instinctively how it all ties together, but how do I write about it to explain it? So historically and culturally, OBEs and distant viewing appear to have been complementary human faculties. However, in modern times, scientific methods have been used to study various aspects of disability, and the two phenomena of OBEs and remote viewing and remote perception have come to be seen as two distinct entities with a great deal of gray area in between. As an individual who's experienced OBEs since childhood and conducted remote viewing, both in the research laboratory and in practice, I propose, this is my proposal, that OBEs and remote viewing exist on a continuum of experience. So it's not an either or thing, it's a continuum. Beginning perhaps with simple OBEs where the viewer lifts out and floats above the body, the inert body, along a line of remote perception where the viewer perceives geographic locations separated from the viewer by time and distance, and to a point where the individual is able to access valid information from these remote locations. Somewhere along this continuum is the ability to interact sometimes, perhaps even affect events, people, and things at these distant locations. We need to discard our dualist or binary classification of perceptual experience in favor of a monist or more comprehensive or inclusive definition. Thank you.
Hi, wonderful presentation. I was wondering if there's any research that has been done in regards to OB capacity and emotional regulation, or I guess emotional security, people who are able to actually connect more with their emotions.
There is a huge amount. I couldn't cover everything in here, but I know that Dr. John Palmer has done research, and of course, Monroe Institute. I don't know if they've actually had research on emotional regulation, but I'm sure there is. I can't quote any right at the moment.
Thank you.
Smith, thank you for your presentation. And just out of curiosity, looking at some of the history of maybe what the KGB was doing when they were developing some of their practices, have you ever come across in your research for the intersection with shamanic practice? I've come across some reading that suggests that some of the Siberian shamans, that there was a lot of interest that some of the Russian scientists were having at the time. I think they had a practice they're calling like following the silver thread or something to that effect. It sounded very much like some of their approach was starting kind of rooted in that idea about an out-of-body experience to then have non-local perception. I'm just curious if that's ever come across in your research, maybe.
I have, because when I was at Pear, we had a visiting Russian researcher who stayed for a period of time. And then I was also fortunate to go to Moscow for 2 weeks while I was at Pear. I went there to a conference, and then I also spent some time at one of the institutes there. So I had an inside look, and there was a very strong research in out-of-body experience, remote influence on others and events and animals. So there was a lot of research going on in the Russian field as well as the American field.
I have a question from Travis Wade on Zoom. Question 1, has physical bilocation been observed or studied in the context of OBE and RV research?
I don't think anybody, as far as I know, has compared the two phenomena side by side. That would be a great research project to do, but I don't think it has been done yet.
And the second question, has the so-called rainbow body been experienced by remote viewers or researchers?
I think individuals might have. I've not read about that specifically. Is that a Monroe Institute or
It's regarding the Buddhist phenomenon.
Okay, I haven't studied that.
Hi, I'm MK. I'm just curious if you have researched or if you've seen any connections between childhood trauma and the ability for out-of-body experiences. If you've seen a correlation between trauma and the ability to access that more easily.
I haven't, but Kenneth Ring, Dr. Kenneth Ring, had done some research on this, and did surveys and questionnaires with OBEs and exteriorizationist and found there was a slight connection, yeah. Yeah. Okay, I think we're done.
Looks like we're there. Hello. So, is it good morning? I was like, uh-oh, I'm supposed to be talking in the afternoon. So hopefully you had a nice lunch. This is a very, let's say, fun topic for me that I like to talk about. I didn't know that I was a superpower teacher, so that's going to be interesting to see how I work that out, but I'll do my best. So superpowers are not supernatural, and I'm speaking to a crowd, remote viewers, and my Monroe crowd here, that already, I believe this, or you wouldn't be here. And you might not have experienced it firsthand, but you believe. So what we want to do is move you, and I don't know if I can do that today,
but move you from believing to knowing. And that's what I think happens at the Monroe Institute. So it is accessible to everybody. It really is just a matter of focused attention. So think about this. You remote viewers, you have to practice, right? You have to learn a skill and then you have to practice. Same with all of it. If I want to connect with guidance, I need to practice. Now, some of us have spontaneous situations happen. That's all good, but most of us have to work at it. So from my perspective, it's basically fine-tuning the receiving channel. So there are things we can do to do that as well. So where do we start? Now, my Monroe people, what do y'all think about this? That's the dogma that we ask you to believe. But guess what? You can come to the institute and go, I don't believe that. And you get to stay. We're not going to make you go away. But we ask that you believe you're more than your physical body. So I like to start a lot of these presentations with letting you see things that maybe you don't see. Because again, we're sitting here with a 3D experience, right? We're using our 5 senses. Now, some of us have stepped into other senses, but primarily we're here focused on this, and it's using our 5 senses. So there is a whole lot going on, and I don't get to see it either. Usually, I have to perceive it another way. But my belief is that that guides, that interested beings are so excited we're all here together, that this room is packed, even more than what you see. So I just want to give you kind of a visual example of that. Now, when I teach energy medicine, we use what's called biofield imaging to look at the subtle biofield. And this is not one that we took, but I just think it's a really good example of showing you can see the energy systems in the body, the main chakras, the central core there. And this is a child who's really wide open. Now, when we do this at the Institute, we see this wide open. Everybody that comes, when we do baseline, and then we do after the program, and you already show up with these big chakras. Now, if we were going to do this on the street, guess what? And my partner, Brian Daly, who I train energy medicine with, he actually has scanned people in prison. And those individuals tend to have really small energy vortexes in their body. So this is just a demonstration of showing you, again, there's more happening than we realize. So this is someone using Reiki, and you'll see the progression as they're making the intention of being a vessel here for Reiki to come through, and we're picking it up with the imaging. So I want to tell a story about Fred Rival, who a lot of you know. He's a trainer, but he's also a former board member. And even better, he's a healer. Ross, you know what I'm talking about with Fred. So Fred he's a healing touch certified individual. He also uses Reiki. And we were together at the Monroe Institute. He was actually attending a board meeting, flying in. He had never had the biofield imaging before. So we were going to do it that night after we set up for our program. So while we're setting up for the program, we had these huge banquet tables that we don't have anymore, thank goodness, that I injured my hand. And I injured it very badly. Now, Brian is an MD who works in emergency medicine, surgeon. He looked at it, said this to himself. He didn't say it to me, thank goodness. But I couldn't pinch, couldn't hold a fork, couldn't hold a toothbrush. He thought, oh, by morning, we're going to the emergency room. Didn't tell me. Thank goodness, but it was starting to hurt. Wrapped it. So we're sitting there about to biofield, use the imaging with Fred, who's never had it before. And all of a sudden I go, wait a minute. This guy's a healer. And I know he's good. You know, I have an injured hand and we have biofield imaging. Let's do it. Okay, so he doesn't have a shirt on, and that's because you need to wear white for it to show up well. And if you don't have that, men have the choice of taking off the shirt. So that's what he did. So here's the injury. You see it right there? So that focused energy, he has a blue energy that we pick up when he's using his healing, and it focused on that space and that place. And we caught it. We all are kicking ourselves that we didn't video it. So I only have these frames. But guess what happened after that? Less than 5 minutes. And it was healed. Completely healed. 30 minutes later, I'm at dinner eating with a fork. And that night, I did leave the wrap on, woke up the next day, gone. I totally forgot it happened. So again, I love that we captured it. You see that the healing's going on, and this helps you step into hopefully believing that something was happening in that moment. So just a closer look. In this slide, we're just pointing out that the chakras have gotten really big, which tends to happen when we step into these healing modes. And we've got some research going on with Nancy and Ross, who are our co-directors of research, where we're looking at how healer and healee are working together and flowing together. So hopefully I'll be talking about that tomorrow, maybe. Ask them about it. So this is one of my favorite images that Ryan Daly, again, the person I trained energy medicine in, he's been taking images for 30 years. And this was in Iceland. He goes to an annual conference there for healers. And so when you use this biofield software, it needs to be light. They did this in the dark. And you can see there are actually 5 people. So 1 is a person, 2 is a person, 3. And then you've got Brian Daly, and then you've got Benny, an Icelandic healer. Now we identify Benny with that little stream of energy coming out of his ankle because he had an injury when he was younger. So they decided to do an experiment, and they asked Brian to shut his heart chakra off, and for Benny to shut the heart chakra off, and for Brian to have rose quartz coming out of the back, just with intention. Now again, the unseen, the unseen. So you see it was already happening. Have any of you been to Sedona? Yeah. So there are a lot of vortexes supposedly there. That was thought. So again, all my demonstration here is about is hoping you'll step into, wow, I am more than my physical body, and there is more going on around me that I do not know. So here's what we want to do now. We want to tap into this more. We want to have access to this, where we're perceiving it without pictures. We have to experience it. So what are superpowers? Well, you guys are tapping into it with remote viewing, right? What would anybody out here say is a superpower? What's unique to your experiences when you use the sound science? Intuition. That was what got me to the Institute. Yeah. So see a hand? Okay. Anyone else want to throw something in? Okay. So a lot of us show up We all show up for different reasons. A lot of people showed up at Monroe initially for out-of-body experiences. I didn't. Y'all are gonna laugh. I walked away going, oh, really? They do out-of-body here? You know, that wasn't my focus. My focus was I wanted to be more intuitive. And I wouldn't use the word psychic then. I want to be more intuitive. I want to grow those skills. I want to cut out the middleman, meaning the psychic or the medium. And so one time I'm watching a lecture by Carolyn May. It was a video. And she is a medical intuitive who also is a spiritual teacher, just very prolific. And she started talking about this place called the Monroe Institute. And she said she had been there before, and she gave it the credit of bringing back her gift. Now, I knew I didn't have a gift to bring back. so I knew I wasn't going to be quite like, oh, I'm going to walk out of there and be able to do medical intuitive stuff. You know, I didn't believe that. But I did believe, wow, this is a place that I can learn how to do this. I can learn how to do it. I had read books because this was really my focus and my mission. I had read book after book after book. And one day it hit me, and this was in my 30s, long time ago. And I was like, wait a minute. These people are trying to teach me how to do this. Nobody had to teach them. So how are they going to teach me when it was a gift that they had very early on? So my gift either needed to be uncovered, or I was starting from the very bottom. So how was I going to do it? And so that's what made me go to Monroe. So again, these are just some experiences. If anybody wants to throw in yours. Look, I even stuck in remote viewing. Psychokinesis. Yay, thanks, Ross. Yeah, we have a course called MC Squared, and we have a lot of fun with Benny Spoons. I did, so Darren, is Darren here? So I taught or trained OBE Spectrum with Darren, and you might not remember this. It was right after the campus reopened after COVID. Well, you remember other parts of it. we had interesting times. But so one night she said, "Oh, let's do remote viewing," and she led it. And so I haven't done much of remote viewing, a little bit dabbled, and I was semi-successful. So I decided to be brave. Because here's the thing, if I do it and I fail, there's all these people here, and I'm not a trainer, you know, they don't do this stuff. Oops. But I decided, okay, I'm gonna do it anyway. I did it. I got a first place. Then I decided never again. You get first place, what else is there to do? So no, so that's my remote view. But I love you guys. I think it's great. You win the lottery, Monroe would love your money. The ways we communicate. The reason I bring this up, and you know, you can Google this and you can look at definitions, but we all are very different in how we perceive. And this is my belief based on working with participants and my own experience. You usually come in with one or two pretty strong, you know, that you'll jump to almost immediately as you get into these meditations, if you start using the sound technology. So my advice is that's what you focus on. You build that up, then you can spread out to the others. And I've never gotten to smell and taste. Anybody done that? That's not as popular. You have? Which one? Smell. Okay. Smell is more common than taste. Yes. You have? So you find I call them your, like your key perceivers. And then you focus on those. You put your attention on that. And that's how this grows. Now, I do want to say one more thing that I see very common that impacts people's experiences. And a lot of times will make them think nothing's happening or I'm not getting it. And we live in a world where most of the descriptions seem to be visual. So when you are listening to meditation, when you're reading things, they talk about seeing. I saw the chapel, I saw the rock, then there was a bear, and I saw it like a movie. That's what people think when they hear you talking like that. Well, guess what? A lot of us don't do that. I don't do that. I don't do that. So Sandy doesn't do that. Don't do it. So what happens if you think that's the way that an experience is supposed to be delivered, what happens? You do, yeah. Right. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. And then people start asking you questions. And you start to understand something did happen. It just wasn't a movie in front of your eyes. So I really want you to be aware of that and understand something is always happening. Something's always happening. So who's helping us? I want my Monroe friends to, who are we trying to talk to? Who are we trying to hear? Higher self, okay? Weird guys? Who else? Come on. Who, if you want to do this, who are you trying to access? Who do you want to hear from? Who do you want to perceive from? Ancestors, deceased loved ones, creator, avatars, aliens. What? Divine, yes. So things are out there that we're trying to tap into to give us more wisdom. The explorers, I'm gonna go back. The explorers were a group that Susan mentioned, Susan Smily when she was speaking, that were a group of volunteers that worked with Bob. And a lot was uncovered in those meditations that they were recorded and transcribed. I know Dan Erickson is one of the close friends of Monroe, and he spent a lot of time looking at this material. So if you're really interested in the explorers, he's someone to reach out to, and Susan can give his contact information. She's in the back. But during these explorer sessions, we really got Bob and his team received a lot of information that helped us understand we are more than our physical body. Some of what we do in Gateway came from those explorer sessions, like the energy bar tool. The focus levels, Bob worked on that, but then there was an expansion. Lake Marinon, which is on our campus, was named after one of those entities that gave us information that we use. Guidelines, lifeline, soul retrieval, that's information from the explorers. So it's to show us, and you can go listen to it, it's on our website, that something is happening and something's being tapped into that is greater than ourselves. And I don't know about y'all, but I really want to do that, you know. I mean, this might get me in trouble, but the affirmation, I love the affirmation, and it's something we say for intention, to say we're going to explore. But we also ask for help. And when we ask for help, in this particular affirmation that Bob wrote, we say that we want to have help from someone equal or greater to ourselves. And I always go, no, I don't want equal. I want greater. Let's skip that equal part. Just go to great. So there's a fun story that happened in the mid-90s. We had a monk that came to campus. There was an article about it in the Wall Street Journal. And he is so impressed by how quickly we can reach these meditative states without all the sitting, without the discipline. And as the story goes, he's so impressed that he buys, and we're in the 90s, okay? He buys the tape, which is what we called them then, and takes them back to the rest of his monastery. And according to the story, it's like he said, you Americans, you always figure out the shortcut. So, you know what? Thank you, Bob Monroe. You figured out a shortcut. And have I benefited? And so many of you have benefited. Ooh, so I was going to talk about the sound technology, but I happen to have an expert in the room, our director of innovation. And you don't need to.
We have reason to believe that long-term exposure to gamma synchrony can cause lasting, and we're not sure what kind of effect. Yeah, and there's our evidence. We're still trying to figure it out. In the beginning, there was hemisync. And Bob Monroe saw that it was good. And for a long time, that supported us very, very well. And looking back, using some of Susan's archives, I found, the path that Bob Monroe went through with that. And he pretty much reached the limit of what was technologically capable in his day. I mean, an analog EEG machine can't measure 40, movements per second with red ink. So you just have a big blob on the page. So they didn't study those things because they really didn't have much access. He made an attempt. It was a good attempt, a remarkable attempt to use gamma synchrony in his day, but not incredibly effective. So when I took over the audio development, I wanted to, carry forward where he had left off. And for most of the history of Monroe Institute, we've used very effectively the binaural beat hemisync technology, which is a, periodic audio stimulation that helps us engages our neurology to be able to expand our awareness. And in the case of remote viewing, into non-local awareness. So can we do that better? Can we do that more? We've developed a pretty active research program. That's a lot of fun, but it's also very interesting in the results that we get because we have no limitations, and we've used now probably, for purposeful reasons, about 50 different types of technologies and techniques that we have used to create processes that are overall, we have these overall processes that we can very finely tune for specific purposes and intent to help entrain or support this expansion into non-local awareness. And what I've noticed in as a long-term effect in the programs at the Monroe Institute of reaching out into this non-local awareness often, that our awareness in daily life expands and what we call local awareness expands. In other words, the line between local and non-local starts to fade. And that's an amazing way to live your life. The techniques that we use, we'll talk about some of that tomorrow, and it does directly apply to remote viewing in some of the research we've done. And I think we've come up with some very interesting results from that. So today, the technology is still growing and the research is still growing, but we can easily support access into pretty far and expanded ranges of non-local awareness. Our theory is that everyone's consciousness is infinite. And so we learn to have techniques and support that helps you navigate into that infinite consciousness. And when it becomes what we consider, classic or highly trained remote viewers, that capacity is within all of us. And with support of certain techniques, which my training is in anthropology, and I've traveled around quite a bit and noticed that we're just doing a highly technical version of what's being done for thousands and thousands of years. And so it's a human tradition, and I think we're pretty good at it, and we're getting better.
So I encourage any of you to come to Monroe Institute and give it a try. Thank you.
So can you turn on both mics? Is mine on? Okay. So there was a discovery program and I was getting the facts from Judith Pennington and Nancy. There was a discovery program which we held on campus, and Bob is one of the trainers and Judith Pennington is the other trainer, and they use the mind mirror technology that you'll learn about tomorrow. And so there were 12 participants in this particular program, 14. And they did a remote viewing exercise. Now, some of them had a little experience before, but there were several who didn't. And all 14 nailed the target and got a first place finish by an independent reviewer. So we think that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That was the first time we know.
Yep.
That's the first time we've had any indication, that we would measure that everyone was having some type of experience together. So.
Well, it was a direct result of the new process of gamma synchrony. And what was funny was kind of built up to that through research from many volunteers who came. And I got to this place where all of a sudden, novices and some of that experience, everyone hit the target. First place match. That's ridiculous. I mean, I've never seen that happen before anyway. So I thought, ooh, more gamma synchrony. Then we'll really do that. Well, what happened was they went into the connected to all that is superconscious mind. And apparently they don't do remote viewing there.
They don't care.
They don't care. They came back and said, remote what? So too much of a good thing.
Thank you. Thank you, Bob. So we're very fortunate to have Bob and Skip have started that for us initially about 12 years ago, I think, or maybe even more than that, Skip, where you were stepping into the expansion of our technology. And then Bob picked it up after you began it. So I've already talked about the explorers, the Gateway voyage, again, that the explorer, there's some information from the explorer, files, transcript was put into Gateway. The affirmation has a history with the explorers. So it's really, if this is interesting to you at all, it is fun to go and listen to some of these tapes. And, nowadays we would call it channeling, to hear the information that people are receiving. And what I also love about this is everyone in this room can do that. It's just a matter of practice, opening up that vessel so that you can tap in to the matrix. So what I wanted to do with especially our Monroe audience, and those of you who aren't a Monroe audience, but have had shared experiences, please let us know. But to me, that's one of the most validating things that can happen. It's when you have an experience. So let's just say we're at the Monroe Institute. We've just had a meditation. We come back to talk about it, and I start talking about my experience. Somebody else in the room goes, wait a minute. I was there. Or I saw you. And that's when you feel like, that's when you really go, wow. Before I turn it over to the audience, I want to say in one particular, it was a lifeline course I took. A participant came back to our meeting room and had written down what she heard in Spanish, but she didn't speak Spanish. But we had somebody, how this works, we had somebody who speaks Spanish in the program. And what it said was, she said that she heard this woman was just sobbing. So in this meditation, she was picking up on this woman that speaks Spanish. And what the message that she wrote said was that someone apologizing for breaking somebody's heart and how sorry they were. And it was a perfect sentence. It was translated from that. So when you start having those kind of experiences, or you hear others saying they just had one, or somebody writes something in a language they don't know and it gets translated and it makes sense, you start really wondering about this. So I would love to hear some shared experiences from the audience, if there are any. Yeah. Right here.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll share one that was, I just stand?
Yeah.
Weird. Okay. Yeah, so I was at it was maybe super conscious mind or a discovery program. And there was an exercise in the afternoon where we were not being monitored. We did an exercise and I remember sharing that in my experience, I had gone to a waterfall and I was under the waterfall and there was another person under the waterfall with me, a man, younger man my age, and a very good friend who unfortunately has now passed was sitting next to me. He's older and he said, that was me. You didn't recognize me? And I thought, okay, you're kind of pulling my leg, but we had been in a lot of programs together. And so he said, no, it was him. And I asked him what he had looked like at a younger age, you know, really dark hair and yes. And so, but in order to, we said, well, we're going to go do another exercise. And we said, well, let's go in and try and meet up again and just see what happens. And we'll come back and check and compare. So we went and did another exercise. And when we came back down, I wanted to ask him what his experience was. And he said, we met up and we went and watched ourselves in the previous exercise like it was a movie under the waterfall. And that was exactly what I had experienced.
Oh.
So then I knew it would, not only had it really been him, but that we were able to meet up and go back and kind of revisit our experience together. So it was really beautiful because he was a lovely friend. So
Very nice.
thank you all for listening.
Susan Smiley in the back.
Yeah, I love this, this sort of thing. In my gateway, way back in my first program, those of you who know the Monroe Institute, the rooms kind of go along. And so I was in my room for an exercise. We were going to explore the solar system. And I'm lying in my bed, getting into meditation, and a pirate ship comes through my check unit. Just continues onward. And this was very interesting. I too was startled to climb aboard, but nonetheless, this pirate ship went through, waving flags and everything. So I went down to the group discussion and we're all sharing our experiences. And one fellow said, well, I didn't know how to get started, so I built a pirate ship. And he was literally about 4 rooms down the hall from me, directly on an angle. And he said, I just sent it off through the end of the building to go out into outer space. And I said, yeah, and you came right through my bedroom. So that was my earliest example of a shared experience, and it was really cool.
Thank you. Anyone else?
So, I started learning how to astral travel, in my teenage years, and I had a girlfriend that really wanted to learn. And so I shared with her a couple techniques. And basically that night I had this experience where apartment complex, and I remember like, I knew I was body, and I saw she was in front of, we had like a little, like a shop, like a marketplace. So we're like standing in front of there and we're just so ecstatic to doing it and like seeing each other. And so the next day, we talk and I was like, hey, did you have a dream last night? Did anything happen? She's like, actually, yeah. She's like, we were in your apartment complex in front of the marketplace and I couldn't see your body. You were like a ball of light, but I knew it was you. And I was like, that was me. So it was just amazing because she'd heard some of my experiences, but I'm just glad she was open-minded enough to try and that it worked, and it changed her forever because then she's like, okay, she's not crazy, this is real. You know, but yeah, it was real.
Yeah. A few more and then we need to move on.
So I don't know if this counts. It was a dream. I was about 17. When I was about 11, one of my sisters passed away. closer. And so when I was about 16 or 17, I had a dream that where I opened my eyes and she was standing by my bed and she said, "Come with me, I want to tell you something." So I went there and we were in this the in-between space. Some of you probably know what that is. And she was telling me about dying and not to be afraid and all this business. And I woke up in the morning and I wasn't thinking much of it. I didn't think about it. I forgot about it. And I was downstairs freezing in northern Minnesota, pitch black, short winters days, making my toast for breakfast. My mother walks in and she's standing there making coffee. And I remembered the dream. I said, "Oh, Mom, I saw Jeannie last night. And she said this and this and this and this." I quoted the dream. My mother looked at me and she said, "I had the same dream word for word."
Oh, wow. Wow, that's great. And Craig, and then we'll go, someone else was over here. So yeah, we'll go right here, Craig and Sheila.
Hello.
That's my wife, Sheila. She got the microphone to hand it to me. So this is about an out-of-body experience that, this is about an out-of-body experience that involved 5 different people at Monroe. And so I'm in Virginia taking Gateway. Sheila is in Minnesota, 1,000 miles away, watching my grandkids. So we're separated. And we do this exercise in Gateway where you imagine your body like a little cookie cutter, and then where's the hot spots of energy, and there's different versions, and how does your emotions flow through it. And I couldn't get this exercise. And all I did was thought, "Sheila, you know how to do this exercise. Come and show me." And so I wake up and I am in a complete daze. I forgot my roommate's name, just a complete daze. And all I remember is inhale energy and exhale love, which is what Sheila says all the time. So we go to the report out, and this woman from Italy says, "We have a new member of our group. It's a Black lady, and her name starts with a S or a C, something like Cheryl or Sharon, something like that. And she wanted directions to Craig's room." And then Nancy was the roommate of that person. And Nancy says, "I heard that too. I couldn't figure out what the hell was going on. I thought it was somebody in the hall." And then about 3 doors down in the report out, it was Nicole, one of our friends that knew Sheila, and says, "No, that was Sheila. And she wanted directions to Craig's room." So I says it was up the stairs, first door on the left. And so the facilitator says, "Well, Craig, I know we're not supposed to use our cell phones, but can you call Sheila to find out what the hell is going on?" So Sheila is in a grocery store pushing a grocery cart, and I'm going to turn it over to her. Okay. She's shy. So, but what she experienced is she's pushing a grocery cart, and all of a sudden she feels that I need her. And she just goes. And what she described to me is she encountered this energy that she detected, female energy, but it was her language. So this one was from Italy. And there was all sorts of movement and maybe her hands moving. And then I went to the other person.
So with the person, you can't see the body or anything. It's just a lot of energy that's doing this. And I go, okay, I can't understand that. So then I popped somewhere else, and it was more of a energy that kind of just telepathically said where Craig was. And I went, okay. Then in a minute I was above Craig, and
what happened was Craig was thinking so much, or whatever that concept was. It was like, if you're in New York and you're trying to get across the street, it was like playing Frog. You know that game Froggy? And it's Frogger. So it's like the thoughts were so fast, like a highway, and I couldn't get any information in the thought. So I just I remember feeling like a frustration and going, just shouting, and then just popped right back into my body. And what I love about this story is it gives a really good example of when you're overthinking and you're letting your mind and thoughts get in the way. From what Sheila observed, it really is a blocker. It's hard to get stuff in there when it's like that. So again, we are here to explore and ask for help, and you can do it my way or the affirmation way, equal to or greater or greater. So I thought it would be interesting just to share with you just a little bit our focus levels, and because this was a system that Bob created, and then it was developed more with the work of the explorers and Miranon information that came through. But it's what we would teach you in a gateway, a flagship gateway program. We would go to these different places. This map of consciousness that was created would hang out in these different places together and have experiences. And because so many people have had experiences at the Monroe Institute and in the lab, we have a familiar way that people experience it. Just like Focus 10, that's one of my favorite focus levels because it's a trainer. It trains you to stay alert when you get into these deep meditative states so that you can be conscious as you're experiencing whatever it is that's coming your way. And then just a few more. So you're welcome to screenshot that if you want. But again, we have our programs will take you through this, introduce it to you. We also have programs that don't focus on the focus levels, like OBE spectrum is one. When I train energy medicine, there are others, discovery. We're not really talking about the focus levels that much, just a little bit, yeah. And some are hybrid. Some are we're talking about it a little bit. So I put this up here because you've got the you're going to be being introduced to this tomorrow, right? Judith, is that when you're speaking? And you also have our two co-directors of research, Nancy and Ross, who will be speaking. Bob will be joining them. So you can get some really cool information that's physical evidence-based type information, again, to help you go from, well, I believe this. Like, you're hearing these stories and some of you are probably going, oh man, I wish I could do that. Well, you can. And so the more you know it, the more readily you can receive it and experience it. So don't miss those talks. And this is just some definitions of what Judith will be explaining in more detail tomorrow. So what can you do? You can use Monroe Sound Science, anything, the sound technology to take you to these deeper states where you're working on your subconscious mind, bringing it to your conscious. But I'm going to tell you what I did. So I created a regular meditation practice, and then I made the intention. Remember what mine was? I wanted to be more psychic, remember? So I was focused. I was laser focused. So the more focused you can get on what you really want here, the easier it can come. And I used dream analysis to create a language. I'll be interested to hear what some of the other trainers have to say about this. But that was my way to be able to interpret the messages that I was getting. And my messages started with a word. Well, it started with a symbol. So that's where I first started using dream analysis. So I would go, okay, hey, you guys up there, over there, down there, wherever you are. I know that the tooth falling out of my mouth in a dream means this. So for me, it meant I was giving away my personal power. So if I'm giving away my personal power, Let me pick that up in a meditation or a dream. You see what I'm saying? You create a language to interpret. Over time, I became clairaudient. And let me tell you, I used to be a little jealous of the visual people. But to me, with clairaudient, you don't have to interpret it. It's a sentence. It's a message. If you're visual, you're having to go, okay, here's the thing. What does it mean? You know, but try to come up with a way to create a language so that you can understand. Carolyn May, back to her medical intuitive days, the way she created a language, she hooked up with Norm Shealy. She would see patients after, I think it was before he saw them. She would have a reading, then he would separately see the patient, then they would come together. And so then she started to know, okay, this energetic pattern means heart failure. This one means arthritis. So again, it's coming up with a way to interpret what you're getting. And then, yeah, one time I did a speech. I was a Toastmaster. And so you go through these manuals, and it's a nonprofit organization to help you learn to present. And the title of my workshop or my program was Your Life is Calling. And I had a phone in my pocket, had forgotten to turn it off. And I kid you not, when I was wrapping up, I was like, and your life, you know, after I've just been so, you know, wonderful in what I was saying, your life is calling you. And my phone rang. I couldn't have planned it any better. Like, yes. So these are just, you know, giving you, if you're still like going, why would I want to do that? These are just some reasons that I would want to do it. I do know, I was talking about this the other day. One of the things that happened is I did this work with sound technology. I do know that my brain changed after doing a mind mirror with Judith. But I also just witnessed anxiety going away. And when I realized it, when I really was like, oh, wow, what a great side effect. I was having surgery. And I sat down to do the pre-op stuff. And there is that sterile table with all the equipment, the saws, the knives, the drills, whatever they had. And then they're taking my pulse. And the nurse goes, you are the calmest person that I have ever, you know, worked with before surgery. What are you doing? Well, I wasn't taking drugs. Really hadn't had anything to drink that morning. So it was just me showing up. About a month later, I lived in Oklahoma at the time. There were 30 tornadoes that touched down in the state of Oklahoma one day. One decided to come and hang out over my house. And literally, I'm in the bathroom with my daughter, my dog, and the radio, because that was the interior room. In case you don't know, if you're in a tornado, find an interior room. So I'm there, and all of a sudden the radio announcer goes, the tornado is at Hillcrest and Smith Road. And I'm like, oh, that's me. Like I live like 2 houses down from that corner. So it was over me. So what that would mean is it would keep going and not touch down, or it would touch down and goodbye, you know, it's been a good life. And I was so calm. And again, it was soon after that surgery. So it just made me go, wow, there's been shifts. And there are a lot of other benefits that come with exploration because you're just doing a practice. So I do have a meditation that we could close out with. And it's 5 minutes. So it's just for you to experience the sound technology. Paul Citarella, who's our CTO, is the voicer. And we can just dim the light a little bit, and then if you just want to get comfortable in your chair. And just, I know this is not a very comfortable experience to sit in, but just try to perceive, like relax, just keep relaxing, quiet your mind, and then just perceive. And invite in some type of information that maybe you'll just become aware of or sense is helpful So the next step you're going to take in whatever your exploration journey is. So, dim the light. So while he's doing that, just kind of put both feet on the floor if it's comfortable. Get as comfortable as you can in the chair. Here we go.
In this exercise, we're going to journey inward to explore the vast inner reaches of expanded awareness. We're going to move beyond your sense of self and your individual identity to discover that you are, in fact, just one aspect of a much larger, expansive awareness, a fundamental oneness that gives rise to all that is. So let's begin this journey by gently allowing your physical body to relax. Allow your awareness to center on your breath. Notice each inhale and exhale. Feel the sensation of air entering and leaving your body. As you continue to notice your breath, become aware of any tension that exists anywhere in your physical body. With each exhale, release that tension and imagine your body sinking deeper and deeper into the bed or chair that is supporting you. Each exhalation brings you deeper and deeper into a state of comfort and ease. Allow any tension to just melt away with each exhale as you sink deeper and deeper and become more and more relaxed. Now imagine that with each breath in, you are breathing in vibrant, sparkling light. Imagine that this light is entering your body and filling it with cleansing energy. Imagine all parts of your body being bathed in this light. Now, deeply and completely relaxed, allow your focus to fall away from your breath and turn your attention toward your inner reality. Begin to expand your sense of self. You are more than your current physical persona. Imagine yourself as existing over the span of thousands of lifetimes. With each lifetime, you have bound your sense of self to a different identity. Each personality distinct and unique. Each personality a unique reflection of your total self. Begin to let go of the identity that you have created during this lifetime. From this point of view, your daily concerns seem insignificant. Your entire lifetime but the blink of an eye. You are beyond time and beyond the physical universe. Let go and move deeper and deeper within your awareness. From this vantage point, you can see that each of your lifetimes and identities are just singular expressions of aspects of your total self. Continue to move deeper and deeper within. As you move deeper and deeper within your awareness, beyond time and the physical universe, your awareness expands further and further. Your sense of self becomes larger and larger, encompassing not only your own lifetimes, but those of others as well. Your sense of self continues to expand larger and larger as you move deeper and deeper within. And you realize that the entire universe is within you and not outside of you. You are the universe expressing and experiencing itself. This is the vast oneness that gives rise to all experience. It's time to return now back to your current lifetime in physical reality. Begin to pull your awareness back from the
Thank you, Deborah, for bringing this all together, and the IRVA volunteers and staff. And we have trainers in the audience, so y'all wave.
When Jim Mars visited my uncle as part of his research for his book, Spies, he said Ingo regaled him with this story. Having been tasked to go look at a Soviet submarine, Ingo started describing this object that was hovering over the water and was kind of roundish. And they said, "Is that the submarine?" And Ingo said, "No, this is the saucer that's hanging over the submarine." And as he told Jim in relating this story, who wants to look at a submarine when you can look at a UFO? So our next speaker had studied UFOs and their connection to remote viewing for decades, exploring the extraordinary features of the UFO remote viewing connection, including little-known UFO experiences, sightings, contact, physical effects, and abduction by remote viewers and remote viewing sessions of UFOs with confirmable feedback. Please join me in welcoming remote viewer, analyst, and project manager John Knowles to the stage for his exploration of the UFO-RV challenge.
All of that quietness and meditation are now going to flood you with information. So get out your pencils and if you want to take notes. So the UFO remote viewing connection, I consulted DAL-E, the artificial intelligence program, to make a few slides here. And in this one, I gave it a prompt and it produced this picture of a UFO and a witch, actually, but they call it a psychic. So I'm going to cover 5 topics. And this is kind of be like a smorgasbord. And I hope there's something of interest to people who are new to remote viewing and also people who are experienced remote viewing and also UFOs. I followed both fields for a long time, been active in remote viewing for 20 years, and been following UFOs since 1952. So first there'll be a section on UFOs, then on remote viewing, then on the connection with some sessions by Daz Smith, and then UFOs and remote viewing in Russia, and then Jacques Vallée, special slides on him. There's, of course, an enormous amount of material in both fields, so I can only choose a few to focus on. When UFOs began to hit the news recently, I thought maybe it's time to get an article on remote viewing and UFOs into a magazine. So I did some research, wrote up an article, I submitted it to Politico with a circulation of 26 million. They said, well, if you don't hear from us in a week, you can try elsewhere. So I went to Nexus magazine in Australia, which has a circulation of 1 million. And the editor wrote back and said, sure, I'll take it. We don't even want to edit it. So it's appeared in the recent issue of Nexus magazine, this article about UFOs and remote viewing in Russia and the United States. And that's sort of the basis for this slideshow, although the article is completely different from what I'm going to be presenting. I don't present exactly the same examples or topics there. And I'm also going to include some minor personal experiences that I've had with a couple of people in the remote viewing field. I'm sorry, the UFO field. Pardon me, I have these new ears, these electronic ears, and they're giving me problems. So I took them out to see if that's going to be better or not. So how many people have heard of J. Allen Hynek? Anybody who hasn't? A few people, maybe not. So I'm going to give you some basics about some of those folks. But J. Allen Hynek was a professor of astronomy
He was consultant to Project Blue Book in the 50s, in the 70s and earlier. He happened to teach a course on astronomy on a lead from Northwestern, and I took his course in 1958. It was a general education course, but it was called Natural Sciences 9. He was an excellent professor, and he did not talk about UFOs, but he did have us read Donald Menzel's book. Menzel was a professor of astronomy at Harvard. He was a well-known professor, and he turned out to be a debunker. So I read the book that Menzel wrote, and in 1952, there'd been a flap over Washington of UFOs, and it was in all the newspapers, and I was 14 at the time, so it sort of made a believer out of me, and I read a lot of science fiction books after that, before 1958. So when I read Menzel, I said, methinks he doth protest too much. He says there's nothing to it. Well, it gets complicated. So I'm not going to read everything on the screen, but it'll be there on the recording if folks want to look at it later. This one says that the Menzel docs do much more than debunk. He describes all the varied phenomena that have been misinterpreted as flying saucers, etc. All in all, this is one of the most fascinating accounts ever written by what the minds of men can fabricate about the real world. Well, it turns out that Dr. Menzel had his own UFO experience, which he didn't report on naturally. As he says here, the whole phenomenon is puzzling. It may have some simple explanation, but there seems to be no completely satisfactory theory available. Also, Stanton Friedman, the UFO researcher, found out that Dr. Menzel had been working for the Navy intelligence for years, and he had kept that quiet. So that was just an experience with those two gentlemen. A group called Red Panda Koala has put out a series of videos, which are excellent, doing an incredible amount of research to show that the CIA used methods to discredit UFOs in the 50s and 60s. One of them, for example, you can read them up here on the screen, but the AVRO car was considered to be the source of some of the sightings. This picture in the middle lower with the disc-shaped object is the AVRO car. So it was claimed that the AVRO car was causing these sightings. Well, the problem was that the AVRO car had a maximum altitude of 4 feet and a maximum speed of 40 miles an hour. So we were subject. I lived through those decades of a campaign by the CIA and the Air Force to make the American public think there was nothing to it. Here's Alfred Chop talking about what ordered by the CIA. Again, you can read it on the screen there. Maybe I'll read some of it. We've been ordered by the CIA to work up a national debunking campaign, planning articles in magazines and arranging broadcasts to make UFO reports seem like poppycock. Yeah, that's what we were faced with. Another one, U.S. Air Force regulation 200-2. All confirmed UFO reports must now be sent to the Air Force Intelligence. The reports by U.S. Air Force personnel did not go to Project Blue Book, which was, which was underfunded and very inadequate. Here we go. A group of 50 commercial airline pilots who have seen UAP tell a reporter the Air Force policy denial is like Big Brother. They say the gag order of talking about sightings by penalty of 10 years in prison or $10,000 fine is not. We'll see what Russia did by comparison in a minute. The CIA had assets in the media, for example, in the New York Times. This is a chart of the articles that were written in the New York Times after the 1952 flap, where you can see there was quite a few. And the green ones were positive articles, the red ones negative, and the yellow is the AVRO car, and the purple is by George Adamski, one of the contactees. And you can see that the quantity of the articles decreases quite a bit, and that the red predominates over the green. So this is the litany of U.S. government and media explorations of UFOs. Mass hysteria, hallucinations, hoaxes, conventional aircraft, the U-2 spy plane, Venus or other planets, solar reflections off seagulls, temperature inversion, large hailstones, Marsh gas is what Dr. Hynek called it, and they turned it into swamp gas. So that was all over the news. And then, of course, weather balloons, spy balloons, crash dummies, and then the report case closed from Roswell in 1997. Fortunately, we're in a different time, a really different time. So just a mention about this, the TOME, T-O-M-E, is a program that you can put in verbal prompts and it will write text for you along with DALL-E. So to provide some basic information, I gave it some information like that to produce slides. And some of this is virtual text from the TOME program. Efforts of disclosure. So in years past, several officials in the United States sought to uncover the truth about the UFO sightings and extraterrestrial encounters. Senator Harry Reid was very instrumental in this. Of course, he's passed. John Podesta was President Clinton's chief of staff, and if Hillary had won, he would have been opening an office in the White House with Leslie Kean, who I'll get to in a second. Representative Stephen Schiff was another person who tried to get to the bottom of this. And now we have Tim Burchett from Tennessee and others who are really doing good work on that. Finally, the Pentagon did admit the UFOs were real. And why did they do that? Because I've just been reading, by the way, something I just thought of, Forbidden Science 5 by Jacques Vallée. If you haven't read that, and you're interested in UFOs and the connection with remote viewing, Hal Puthoff is mentioned every third page in that book. You know, and Hal Puthoff being the director of Stargate for 10 years. And Kit Green is also mentioned extensively, another person from the SRI days, Stanford Research Institute days. So this text is pretty accurate, but one time the TOME app, the AI, told me that the Russians had a remote viewing program called Scanning. Well, that was a US program, not a Russian one. So AI is at the point where it will make up facts, as many of you know who've looked into this, make up so-called facts. So you have to be very careful in using AI. One small mint for man, one giant mint for mankind. That's reference to the tic-tac, which I'll show some images of, and also Dad Smith remote viewed it. I'll show some of that. So somebody tried to capitalize on this tic-tac business, which was one of the cases from 2004 that's now in the news a lot. So how do we get here? Who really brought us here? Well, we do have to give credit to, of course, Jacques Vallée and other people who for decades have been trying to get this out. Even Stephen Greer, who started, you know, the disclosure campaign. But I think the actual person who's been the most instrumental is Leslie Kean, K-E-A-N, who was a reporter from Berkeley. I'm from Oakland, so I actually met her a few times back 20 years ago after her book came out on UFOs. But she's been steady at it, and she wrote this article in the New York Times. And also, this book on UFOs, Michio Kaku, who's a respected theoretical physicist, really praises her book. So she wrote this article, Glowing Auras and Black Money, the Pentagon's Mysterious UFO Program. She was the main author, but although she's listed last here. And that article really broke the dam. It really made people in the media wake up, along with the Tic Tac video. And so that now finally congressional hearings were held. By 2021, the situation had reached a point where Congress passed an act requiring the Pentagon to provide regular updates. They call it UAP. Most people still talk about it as UFOs. The reports came out, but they weren't really very forthcoming. So I said to TOME, write a 200-word essay on David Grush's claim that the Department of Defense has been lying to the public for decades about UFOs. So David Grush, a former employee of the Department of Defense, has made a bold claim that the government has been lying to the public about UFOs for decades. According to Grush, not only does the government have possession of crashed UFOs, but they are also working with corporations to back engineer them. Now that's been asserted many times over the decades, but this guy was a high-up military intelligence person who had access to the programs, the reports. He claims he hasn't seen any of them himself, but he talked to people and was sort of over people who did. So him plus David Fravor, commander in the Tic Tac case, and Ryan Graves, another pilot, all three of them, they were there at the hearing, the congressional hearing. If you haven't watched that and you're interested in UFOs, by all means, take a look at that. It's the best thing that we've had recently. And the second paragraph, I'm not going to read out, that's the typical Wikipedia-based information that came into this AI program. Wikipedia, by the way, if you haven't heard, is skeptical about all things related to psi or UFOs, and it's completely unreliable on remote viewing. Here's the picture of the three of them testifying before the congressional committee. Just recently, July 26th. All right, let's switch to remote viewing. Again, for anyone who is not familiar with remote viewing, so the U.S. government's stance on psychic phenomena is complex. They've been skeptical about UFOs, but they were more convinced about remote viewing. In fact, they funded a 20-year research and intelligence operation program at a cost of $20 million. The program was kept secret, but it was real. Yeah, I don't know where Dali came up with this image, but you know that's the Dalai Lama there or something. In 1995, the CIA claimed that Stargate had never been useful, but the 12,471 documents released by the CIA argue otherwise. It's hard to believe that intelligence agencies would abandon a program with promising and actual results, especially when it only requires a few viewers. We'll see a little note about that toward the end of the slideshow. Between 1975 and 1999, the services of Fort Meade and Stanford Research Institute were revisited 450 times. So this is the prompt I gave to Dali, Fort Meade remote viewer buildings. That's what it came up with. Very impressive. Yeah. So again, just some basics. So former police commissioner Pat Price and Ingo Swan were tasked with remote viewing a rural West Virginia site, which turned out to be a top secret installation run by the NSA. The target that the CIA officer chose was a summer cottage, but the nearby NSA site stood out to the viewers in psychic space who had no idea what the target was, only that it was a location. And there's, again, what the image that the Dali comes up with to represent this site. So I was fortunate to spend a week with Deborah Katz and Jessica and Michelle at Rice University in the archives by Edwin C. May of SRI and all his files. We did that in May. And they had an overhead scanner, so we were able to film quite a bit of stuff, record quite a bit of stuff. So here's one. There were 54 boxes of materials. This is box number 21, folder 1, Pat Price notes. And I'm going to do a talk on Sunday morning, by the way, for half an hour about Pat Price's methods, since they're not well known compared to Ingo Swan or Joe McMoneagle. And they're quite different and have some interesting implications. So Pat Price was able to get a sense of what was inside this facility. Master Sergeant Long on the desk, placard on the gray steel desk, cabinets, securely locked, and so forth. And he was able to identify some of the folders: Flytrap, Minerva, Cuball 4, Cuball 14, and one personnel name was verified, but the others were incorrect. But still, this success led to a prompt investigation of the Stanford Research Institute, which is sponsoring the research. The CIA and NSA officials believed there had to be a leak, but there wasn't. Some of these same officers came to SRI to check out the project and saw it was real. It was rumored they became so freaked out they would go to a bar to drink martinis to come to terms with it. This led to the name for the remote viewing magazine, 8 Martinis, which Daz Smith in the UK has put out for quite a while now. So many UFO sightings have been tasked to viewers, and I'll give you 2 examples with viewer Daz Smith and the Phoenix Light and Tic Tac. So the Phoenix Lights were real phenomenon witnessed by thousands of people, and the governor, I guess his name was Fife Symington, had a press conference, the one on the right, and there's the alien, for sure. Well, he was a staff member with a head on. Later, Fife Symington said, "Oh no, they were real. The lights were real. He just said I couldn't bring it out at the time, but later he said they were real." And of course, Dali has its version on the left there. So here's Daz Smith Sessions. Daz is an amazing viewer. Been knowing him for 20 years, worked together a lot. He does something called the Daz Chat where people join in and talk about remote viewing a lot. Anyway, so here's some of the data. A life form interacting with large structure above them, which feels accidental. The life is surprised and not fearful, feels exciting, life-changing, he's pointing upwards. And there's this sort of hazy thing up above that's vibrating. It's glowing, shining, reflective. Energy light, rising structure, natural land, and so forth. So it shows lights above the city. And Daz was one of the people pioneering live whiteboard remote viewing sessions, which he did quite a few of, and he's quite accurate. And he's one of the few people in the field that actually makes his entire living from remote viewing. So he's the real deal. There are very few people who make even a part-time living doing remote viewing, but he's one of them. Just some more data there. So, and he also has said UFO on one of these, or maybe it's on the Tic Tac, yeah. Just some more data from that session. Area 51, AOL, Las Vegas, lit up night event. So here's the Tic Tac example. And Tic Tac, see how big it is? It's like 40 feet long. And the famous FLIR video is on the left there. It was shown all over the media. Really broke the barrier on that too. From the 2004 incident with the USS Nimitz off the coast of California. So Daz here on his first page, he does control the remote viewing CRV. He has UFO as an AOL. And he wasn't remote viewing just UFOs by any means. It will be a rare target for him to do a UFO. So that was significant in itself. But then look at this, he's got this white capsule here right away. You've got like a stone falling, it's going down a white cylinder and so forth. Then he's got cockpit and a pilot, and there were planes up there which the Tic Tac buzzed, went right by them and at a very amazing speed and did all kinds of other things, which Commander Fravor has explained in his testimony and elsewhere. Again, a picture of an airplane. Feels like a past event and so forth, observed by military people. There was a disturbance on the surface of the water, and Commander Fravor says he doesn't think it was, he didn't see the vehicle that did it. He thought there was a vehicle under the water. So Daz isn't correct here, but he does mention that the sea is involved, and it was. So moving a little bit onto other aspects of remote viewing. So Tom McNear was Ingo Swann's favorite remote viewer, an excellent remote viewer, and a great guy, a really wonderful guy. He, for example, he goes to Puerto Rico to help rebuild things, and that's why he's not at this conference, he said. He said to say hello to everybody, by the way. So I asked him if I could use his slide, which where he correlated lots of remote viewing data that he put together by himself, by Deborah, and by Joe McMonagle, and Ingo Swann had run a 5-person team that Tom was part of. And some of the data he felt was really overlapping, that there was a major event in the distant past, an explosion or a natural disaster, feelings at the site of left behind, lonely, lost, forlorn, communication with viewers, telepathy, thoughts, feeling, empathic. Not exactly language, they live on a different frequency. So clearly, a number of the viewers sensed aliens on Mars, which is akin to UFO knots, I guess you'd call them. And so now more on that connection. So this is just a sampling of the connection between remote viewing and UFOs. So I've listed some of these folks I call first generation, and the second slide will be second generation. And some of these names may be familiar to you, but new folks may not be familiar with some of them. So Ingo Swann wrote Penetration, which is about a perceived UFO that he was taken to and shown and above a body of water. And he also viewed entities on Mars. He's written some stuff like UFO extraterrestrial problem, subtle and hidden factors regarding the UFO ET situation. So he's definitely a link and a connection between the two. Joe McMonagle saw a bright UFO in the Bahamas, had a burn in October 1965. He also viewed Japan Airlines Flight 1628, which is featured in the article in Nexus magazine. He also viewed entities on Mars, and he's done client work for Luna Moulton Howe and Bob and Ryan Wood. Pat Price, the third star there, he claimed to view 4 alien Earth bases and produced a lot of documents on that, which may become available soon. We'll see. Hal Puthoff helped form the To the Stars Academy and was part of NIDS and IDS. And of course, he was the program manager for SRI for 10 years. Uri Geller claims UFOs guided him, and he was part of subject research at SRI, although briefly. Both Angela Smith and Lynn Buchanan, who are here, have had abductions, and they can say a lot more about them than I can, certainly. And there are other folks too. I'm going to downplay some of the negative remote viewing UFO connections. There were some incidents and people that really did not do the field any favors in the early days by those connections. I'm not going to talk about them here, but I'll be happy to, later if anybody wants to. And then Jacques Vallée, he saw a UFO in 1955. He's a leading UFO researcher, but he was also a consultant to Stanford Research Institute, and he was trained at CRV, which most people don't know. So the next generation, Prudence Calabrese was my teacher in transdimensional systems. She said she saw an orange UFO at age 13, had bathroom visits by the Gray Dude, which is very famous or infamous in those days. I never smelled or saw the Gray Dude, but she swore by it. Her number 2 person was John Vivanco here on the chart. I don't know if he saw it either, but he believed that she had seen this Gray Dude. And he's seen paraphysicals. He saw UFOs in photos in the desert that he took. He's still teaching that method, the transdimensional systems method. Joe Murgy was part of Prudence's team, and he became UFO Joe. He's a commentator. And I talked with several transdimensional system viewers who claimed that Hammerhead aliens visited them. Well, they didn't visit me or Don Walker or Roma, the 3 interns and viewers, but they visited some other folks who seemed very sensible people to me. So I don't doubt that they did see something. I don't know what. And then there are other people too in the second generation. And of course, now there's a third generation, and I'm not going to give a slide about them. That's a lot of people are doing that now, or are looking into UFOs who are remote viewers. So there's considerable overlap between remote viewing and UFOs. Millions of Americans claim to have seen UFOs or had an experience with them. So it stands to reason some remote viewers who have had such experiences or sightings, and because they are striking, would remember them. But we don't know if a higher percentage of remote viewers have had UFO sightings or experiences from the general public. UFOs do, and remote viewing may involve telepathy. Certainly, there are thousands of UFO reports about telepathy from alien creatures, and some remote viewers suspect telepathy occurs, telepathic overlay. So are remote viewers targeted by UFOs? Are UFOs responsible for the ability of some remote viewers? That's a subject for study. So now, switching to Russia, because it's important. The Russians are very important on both topics. So Russia has also had its fair share of UFO sightings. One of the most famous occurred in Voronezh in 1989. I'm not going to read all of this here. So reporter George Knapp, who's very active these days in the media, he's been on the case of UFOs for many decades. He's out of Las Vegas. So he went to Russia in 1993. He met with UFO researchers and experiencers, and he confirmed the Voronezh incident. Look at this. For 10 years, all of Russian military personnel were required to report any UFO incidents. These under the Soviets, compared with the US. After 3 Russian planes crashed with 2 dead and chasing UFOs, the order was changed, just get out of there. There were 40 such incidents in which Russian planes chased UFOs, according to a guy named Sokolov, to George Knapp. As in Malmstrom Air Force Base in Montana, UFOs appeared at a Russian ICBM base and entered proper codes into the missiles. The UFO then disappeared and the system went back to normal. So at a UFO conference, I went up to George Knapp. I didn't know him, but after he spoke, and I gave him a slip of paper with what Lenin had said about visitation from another planet, because George was going to Russia. I thought this might be useful since Lenin is still very revered in Russia. So what did Lenin say? So he was interviewed by H.G. Wells. He said, "You are right. I understood this myself when I read your novel, The Time Machine. All human conceptions are on the scale of our planet. They are based on the pretension that the technical potential, though it will develop, will never exceed the terrestrial limits. If we succeed in establishing interplanetary communications, all our philosophies, moral and social views, that includes Marxism, will have to be revised. In this case, the technical potential become limitless will impose the end of the role of violence as a means and method of progress." So there's some debate about exactly what Lenin said, but it seems clear that there was such an interview. He said something like that, and there's that photo of him and H.G. Wells. In addition, George Knapp spoke with Lieutenant General Alexei Savin, head of Military Unit 1003, who said remote viewing could be taught to anyone, which they did. Knapp said he put the viewers through their paces. One woman's psychic medical diagnosis of George Knapp was very accurate. Savin said, when the viewers get good, they would run into cosmic intelligences, conversations with aliens. Another link between UFOs and remote viewing in Russia there. Just to show how effective the Russian remote viewing program was, military psychics were engaged in assessing the current situation, carrying out reconnaissance. They determined the location of the secret command post of the militant, etc. One remote viewer, I guess their best one it was, operated from within a tank. So they were very engaged, to say the least. So in 2003, a visitor who I know of, I can't use his name, but what I know of him, he seems to be a reliable source. Anyway, he said he went to St. Petersburg and was given a tour of a massive training facility for psychic ability. He saw classrooms full of students learning telepathy, remote viewing, and telekinesis. Putin was reported to have helped set up the sponsoring organization and had a drop-by office there. The folks offered to do a demonstration and they had it all set up, and he said, no, I've got this magazine under my arm with an editorial in it. How about your student read it out loud to me? And but the claim is the student read it out loud in English, which is kind of mind-boggling. So I don't know. Now turning to Jacques Vallée, so he also, wrote a whole book about his trip to Russia, UFO Chronicles of the Soviet Union, and that's him with J. Allen Hynek on the left. Way back in time, we used to talk about triple threats in football. Someone that could run, could pass, and could kick really well. Well, this guy's a quintuple threat. He's an astronomer, internet pioneer, SRI remote viewing consultant, ufologist, and venture capitalist. Amazing guy. And after just finishing Forbidden Science 5, he's a very humble guy too. Sorry. Oh. I'm getting a sign saying 10-minute parking. I guess that means I have 10 minutes left. Okay. Okay. So via professional association with SRI and independent friendships with Pudov and Kit Green, Vallée was intermittently consulted on classified remote viewing research throughout the 1970s and 80s. He was trained by Ingo Swann in controlled remote viewing, at least up through stage 1. I'm not sure about 2 and 3, I forget, but there's a massive number of sessions by him in the archives in Houston at Rice University. And I went through some of them and scanned a couple. And so if he were to name the targets like a steep, craggy mountain, and that was the target, then it was called a success, and they ended it there, Ingo ended it. What was interesting too in the archives is that there's many folders with sessions, and the feedback is not just a single photo. It's usually pages from National Geographic And there'll be images and text, lots of different images. So that's the kind of feedback that SRI gave, and I wasn't aware of that before. Just as a little distraction here. So here's the prompt to Holmes. Artist Ingo Swan watches Jacques Vallée draw the target during the beginning instructing stage 1 of remote viewing. It looks more like J. Allen Hynek watching a left-handed weird head about to poke a tablet. Fortunately, yeah, I'll do that. Okay. So Jacques Vallée conducted some experiments at SRI. One of them involved minerals. We had plenty of viewers apparently available. And so this is the abstract. These were the early days of the internet. And of course, Vallée was an internet pioneer too. So they had rock samples, mineral samples. They divided into an open series, double-blind series, panel of 5 judges, and so forth. The correct target sample was identified in 8 out of 33 cases, more than double the short chance expectation. So that was one facet of his contribution to remote viewing. But a more important one is this. I consulted a number of scientists outside of the SRI orbit, but not far away in Silicon Valley. No one could recommend anything. But Vallée recognized the problem as one of addresses. He said that you need an address that gets the perceptual channel to the right place, exactly as one needs a street address to find a house, or an address menu code in a computer to find and call up the desired information. So that's Ingo Swan talking about how Jacques Vallée steered him in the direction of organizing CRV. So Vallée on the future of remote viewing, he's given some TEDx talks. He notes when you reach a certain size of library data, the dimensions don't work. You sprinkle the information that comes in virtual memory and infinite virtual memory, then you have a code hash that enables you to get it back. This is, in a way, there's some sort of analogy here to remote viewing, where the information generally comes in quick bits and flashes. It's not stereo, it's not linear. And he's saying we don't need that. So we should recognize dimensions of the cultural artifact. We create dimensions because we have small libraries and read X, Y, and Z. The present is overdetermined, meaning, like I said, it's overdetermined it's determined from the past and from the future. Overdetermination is a term that usually means it's not just one cause of something, there's a variety of causes, and it's hard to identify just a single main one. And he says that if the theory that he proposed, if they have it, I'm going to skip this one because of time and go to this one. So what he wished that SRI had taken up the physics of information. He says the physics of energy has been great. We've accomplished so much with the physics of energy, but what we need is physics of information. We need to recognize the universe as a subsystem of a meta-reality of information associations, recognize dimensions of the cultural artifact, do away with them, treat the present as overdetermined, consciousness traverses associations, thus generating the mind's impression of space and time. I guess my question is, has there been any development of this physics of information? As a layperson, I have a lot of difficulty understanding what it would consist of. And finally, this note the date here, 20 July 1997. This is also from his Forbidden Science, number 4. I flew back to San Francisco with John Peterson. We discussed his new book, Out of the Blue. He told me of having lunch recently at the Pentagon with a high-ranking officer to whom he showed Jim Schnabel's Remote Viewers book. In walks another distinguished man, greeted warmly by his friend. Seeing the book, the man comments, "Yeah, this is real stuff. I've got 8 people doing remote viewing for me." Well, for people who aren't aware, the remote viewing program was shut down in 1995. And here we are in 1997, and it's long been wondered, well, was there an ongoing government program? This is one indication, and there are others, that program continues. Thereupon his friend told John, "I should introduce you guys. This is the new director of the Defense Intelligence Agency." Well, who was that? That was, here's another diversion, the head of the DIA watching 8 remote viewers during early 1997. It was this guy, Lieutenant General Hughes, whom I know very little about him. I just found out about this recently. So if anybody wants to research what his role was after 1997 or before, it would be very good to know. So what if I told you this is the end of my presentation? And it's up to you to decide whether or not to explore the UFO remote viewing matrix that lies beyond our 3 dimensions. Okay.
can we help address complex scientific problems, inspire technical innovations, and direct scientific research and technological developments in a world that requires a much faster pace of discovery? Operational precognitive remote viewing, OPRV, is one approach that has shown promise in this area, especially as we're entering an age of scientific discovery that is beginning to chip away at the long-standing ideas about how time works. An expert in precognition, its nature, and what it tells us about the future, our next speaker is a precognition practitioner and team leader who has seen firsthand how this kind of intuition can predict events. She has trained medical workers, law enforcement officers, financial traders, government workers, engineers, and scientists in this skill. We are all certainly in for a thrilling expedition into her world. Please join me in welcoming Julie Ann Mossbridge as she shares her tales from the precognition applications world with us.
So great to see everyone. Thanks for having me here. Hi, all the online people. And then the people in your rooms who are actually here, but also online. This is my first, I think, this is my second talk in which I'm talking not as a scientist, but as a person who has worked with teams doing remote viewing for the good of science. So for a long time, I've been studying, I guess 15 to 20 years, depending on how you count it. I've been trying to understand this precognition thing, where people can get information about future events that are right above chance. And I've been doing experiments and trying to figure it out. And it's very clear to me that it is real in the sense that on average, people can do it even if they don't know that they can. And it's certainly clear that certain people are extremely good at it. And so those two facts made me say, you know what, like it's kind of fun studying stuff and trying to figure it out, but I'm a pragmatist and I really want to do something good for the world. Like we have this amazing skill. Let's just skip over the part where we're continually trying to prove it and move towards the part where we're actually seeing what's the best way to use it. And I'm a future-oriented person. And so maybe that's part of why I'm focused on precognition. And so I really want to talk with you today about a kind of remote viewing. I don't want to call it a protocol because it's not. I want to call it a context, I guess. A remote viewing context that I've been using with teams to try to innovate in science and address questions in science and technology. So, all right. So in Nature, which is, of course, a premier science journal, in January of 2023, this really neat paper came out. The title was "Papers and Patents Are Becoming Less Disruptive Over Time." They found a really interesting way to create an index about how disruptive, how change-inducing, how life-altering scientific results were. And they looked at the years from 1950 to 2010, and they looked at all the papers being published and patents, and they showed that the innovation level was dropping. And now this is at the same time starting, here-ish, when in the 1990s, when you've got ARPANET and then the internet, allowing people supposedly to do research even faster, make more breakthroughs, create discoveries that are more transformative. So you would expect a different set of curves than this. So this is interesting, and this is a problem that I really see in the world of science. I see a lot of sort of fear to do something really new and interesting. And this has never been my problem. I like to do things. Thanks. I like to do things that scare a lot of scientists, because how else are you going to, discover a new fifth type of force if you've been reading science lately, right? I'm not the only one like that. So my question here is, how can we use new insights to inspire technical innovations, address complex strategic questions, and direct research and development? Okay, so here's two, and it's working. Here's two ideas about how time works. So on the top is our traditional idea where our experience is marching along, and the future, which is blank before we get there, unfolds just as now and now progresses. And then the bottom is a model that's more like how time actually works. So all the events that will ever happen are there. You know, you've got your landing on the moon, you've got your twin towers, you've got your COVID, you've got your flying cars. This is not to scale, obviously. But anyway, in this case, this stuff is mapped out, and you know, we're marching at the speed of our experience towards these events, right? So in this second model, there's actually a capacity, one would think, that there's some kind of information about the future could leak backwards in time. In the first model, there's no capacity to do that. And things are looking more and more like the second model. It's not totally accurate, obviously, but more and more conceptually like the second model. Oh, here's Jessica, the American Statistical Association president in 2016 and a professor at University of California, Irvine, who in 1996, in the American Institute for Research 1995 report, but then she repeated it in 1996. She said, based on her analysis of the data from the last 2 years of the Stargate program, said that precognition, in which the answer is known to no one until a future time appears, to work quite well. Not only did she say it there, but it was, I think, 5 times in the final report that killed the Stargate remote viewing program. If you go through there and search for the word precognition, they keep saying, by the way, there's this precognition thing, seems to work. By the way, CIA, who has hired us to do this, the precognition thing seems to work, but then they killed the program. So to me, it's very interesting. This the intelligence community who paid for this report has never said, the US intelligence community has never said, actually, we were wrong, precognition doesn't work. And that's because they weren't wrong. He wasn't wrong, they weren't wrong. So what is operational precognitive remote viewing? So OPRV, that's a nice acronym, maybe, I don't know. It's a framework, it's a context for any method of remote viewing you want, in which these two things are true. So you can use CRV, ERV. I was trained up by John Vivanco, so student of Prue, Calabrese, you know, actually John Knowles was also trained by Prue, but I was trained by her student, John, in transdimensional systems. You can use transdimensional systems, you can use whatever you want, but the tasking has to be unknown by anyone, including the tasker, until after the remote viewing session is complete. And accessing and cultivating unconditional love plays a major role in the process. We don't often talk about unconditional love in remote viewing meetings, and I definitely don't talk about it so much in the science world, although I'm starting to more because I have some data showing that as people experience more unconditional love, their remote viewing, especially precognitive remote viewing, improves, or their capacity is better than people who aren't experiencing unconditional love. So that's, these are the two sort of identifying features of this thing that I'm calling OPRV. Okay, so we did actually, I did a study with some folks. You can read some of the data in this study, Mossbridge and Crabtree 2021. We tried to hypnotize people to be better remote viewers. What we found is that unconditional love was a better predictor of their remote viewing. So here's a definition of unconditional love. It's the heartfelt, benevolent desire that everyone and everything, ourselves, others, and all that exists in the universe, reaches their greatest possible fulfillment, whatever that may be. This love is freely given with no consideration of merit, with no strings attached, with no expectation of return, and it is a love that motivates supportive action in the one who loves. So when you're in a state of unconditional love, you're in a motivational state of supportive action. Can you save your question for later? No. So the steps of because I have to get through this and we'll see if we have questions later. The steps of an OPRV session are that viewers do a session with an untasked tag. So if you were viewers for an OPRV session, I would say to you, the tag is 96321147. Go ahead and do that later if you want. That's fine. No one knows what the target is. I don't know. Use whatever method you want. And then you use unconditional love within the session to support everyone involved. So in your session, you have a page devoted to unconditional love to support everyone involved. So if someone selects, at that point, someone selects a real world question tasking after this is done. So you could do this by having a random number generator that's coupled to tasking. You could pull from a pile of untasked sessions, which is the way I do it. I have teams, we do a bunch of sessions, and then if there's a problem comes along that I need an answer to, I make the tasking, I grab sessions, and we go. Everyone intends that the data recorded in the transcript addresses the question tasking while sending unconditional love to all involved. And the analyst, who in this case is me, analyzes the transcripts using critical thinking, awareness of the viewer's mind, experience, and or intuition. So in the old days, there was this sort of no-no where the analyst was not supposed to use their own side. They're supposed to all get into a logical analytical frame and everything's supposed to be very clear. The way I do things, of course, everyone is going to use their own side for all the things. Scientists, when I go to a room with scientists, it's like being in a room with psychics. When I go to a room with psychics, it's like being in a room with scientists. So like people are always using the kind of supposedly opposing faculty. You know, when you think you're using one, you're always using both. So might as well admit it. So what are the benefits of OPRV? Full participation regardless of sequence. So bless you. So I like to do remote viewing. I get to participate in my team's work because no one knows the target in the future, right? Including me, right? So full participation. The data is available almost immediately. So if there's a missing persons thing that we decide to do pro bono, I can just grab the sessions. Boom, no one has to do a session. It's already done. It's done 10 sessions. They're sitting around. There's the vague results from OPRV because you're looking into the future. Ends up introducing creative thinking in the client. So it's very different from the standard form of CRV that you're probably used to, or ERV even, where you're looking into something that is happening now or in the past, which is much more defined. This vague result ends up producing action, motivation in the client. So it's interesting. I'll explain that later in a little bit more detail. And then you get these meaningful action-oriented outcomes as a result. And it creates this protective, positive feeling that occurs during difficult tasking. So if you do a tasking that you find out later is related to, a crime or something that you're trying to solve, because of the unconditional love piece, people have already protected themselves. That's really powerful. And then the final one, that focus on unconditional love may support less bias in the analysis. I think is actually really key. If you're analyzing this and all your viewers have been working with unconditional love, you're sort of just trying to look for the truth instead of thinking of this story you have about who's right and who's wrong. Okay, so I only have 10 more minutes, so we're not gonna have time for questions. So find me later. I'll be here all weekend if you have questions, including yours. So how can we inspire technical innovations in climate science? That's what I'm going to talk about briefly. Address complex strategic questions in cryptography and direct research and development in optics research. And those are the 3 projects I'm just going to quickly highlight. So first, climate science. So I work with a group of people, some of whom are anonymous, and talking to a room of psychics about anonymous people is always good. So let's see if you can figure them out. This is me, this is John Bavanko. These are taken from Aperture, this was in Aperture. I think last year. And we had this future climate mitigation objective. We were working with atmospheric scientists and we said, what if you had a crystal ball? What would you want to know about climate science? And this was one of their questions. Assuming we solve climate change in the future, describe the most crucial piece of information or technology needed to do so we could potentially take action in this direction. So our analytical approach, we had 2 analysts independently answering the question and then comparing notes with each other, answering the question by looking at our team's data. And then we brought the initial interpretation to the atmospheric scientists, and then together we created the final discussion of what the answer was. So the initial interpretation was this. It appears that the transcript described 2 changes. One, in the future, a critical number of climate scientists will agree that the best approach is to develop a biological solution to address climate change. And 2, the use of potentially bioluminescent diatoms and dinoflagellates embedded in some kind of flat but flexible gel-like substrate to create an energy source. Weird. But that is what came up. So, and then in the discussion, it's more sciencey, and I'll skip that for time. But you can go back to Aperture, but these are some of the examples of the diatoms or dinoflagellates that people were drawing. They only did this, we had 10 objectives. They only did this in response to this objective. So it was very interesting, these different viewers doing that. here's this idea of the embedded gel. You can see sort of here, this kind of substrate up there, here, scaffolding sort of discussion here. And this has to do with the idea of mounting on the side of people's homes and electrons and bioluminescence showing up, transparent energy, rainbow colors, bright colors. That's where the bioluminescence came from. Okay, so what about complex strategic questions with cryptography? We worked with an unnamed organization, which this is a new group that I got that I created. We're called Intuitive Forecasting. I taught a class at IRVA about OPRV, and these were some people that I vetted, viewers, and some of them you have their real names and some of them you don't. And you can just intuitiveforecasting.com if you want to go to that site. Okay, but our objective was, this first part is kind of the standard part. Please contact the elements of the selected tasking that are safe for you to contact. Indicate your contact by including at least one clear detail that matches the topic of the tasking. Address the request in the tasking clearly and usefully with a loving connection between your logical and your intuitive mind, system one intuitive, system two logical. So the client this is the other part of the tasking. The client is looking for the password to an account that is very important to national security and human life, and they have the password hash, but they can't unencrypt it or decrypt it. So please describe a way to crack the hash or describe a person the client knows who can crack the hash. So I'm just going to show you one example because, so this is the analytical approach, which I'm going to skip over quickly. So again, this is a data-driven analytical insight. One of the viewers drew this representation of a stepwise process that looks like that. Because I was the analyst, it resembled to me a quantum process with respect to matrix mechanics that might be related to perturbing motion. And then I found this article about Alice, Bob, Carol, doesn't matter. Sorry, three sort of body encryption, quantum encryption. And I sent that to, and among other things, I sent that to the organization. Now, here's what they said. This is on Signal. It was absolutely worth trying, and it did inspire a few new unique attacks for us to try, even though it didn't pan out directly. In other words, we weren't able to crack the hash. It did open our minds to some techniques to attempt that we wouldn't have tried otherwise. So I feel like that in itself is a value. And I said, no kidding, that's huge. It's generally what happens. It's like we're an outside creativity boosting. And he said, my thought exactly. And this is one example of just admitting that remote viewing can be really good at stirring things up and moving innovation. And you don't have to prove that it's psychic, right? It's just useful. Okay, last one, research and development and optics research. So we had, this is our team again. This is another picture from the website. We had an optics research objective. I'll just read the second part. Please describe the name of the recording equipment that was attached to the lens for the project in question, so that the leaders of its team can determine whether the lens was related to the recording equipment called IO or the equipment called Europa. They had mixed up their recording equipment and they had to buy a new lens and they didn't know which to buy. So this will help the team plan a test and make good equipment choices going forward. Okay, so I like to put a little motivational. Remember, this is all done after the fact. All the sessions are done. I'm just associating this with the session. So what we did is we had some shared elements and they gave an overall sense of the name of the recording equipment in question. And then there were some standout surprises and that was interesting. So the overall answer was actually it was called IO or ontolog. And everyone kind of drew this kind of flying thing. And except this one person said not a comet. This is the person who's not very scientific, and the other what were the Europa? Yeah, so they thought it's not the IO. And what they were saying, and I understood that person's mind, so I knew that that meant the opposite. So that's another piece of this, is when you understand each viewer's mind, you can understand what they're trying to communicate. And then they gave some interesting advice to consider for a test. There's an array set up about these two communicators. So that was very interesting. The feedback we got was, first, I was very drawn to the general advice about the project and testing section. Some interesting variables are presented there and ones that we can absolutely test in the future. I'm also intrigued by 3 to 4 viewers suggesting the use of parentheses, something we are confirming that they're not going to say. We still have a few more tests to run before making a final decision, but this testimony, if that's the right word, is very relevant. Thanks for this amazing work. And the second client who was working with the first client said, wow, a perfect score for Europa. So that's right. I probably said the wrong one. Light, and also people came up with this idea of life on Io, which is a moon of Jupiter. And this person said that's in line with astrobiologist assessment. So that just came up as sort of an add-on. And then I followed up 2 months later and said, so did you do your tests and were we right? And they said, we later determined the same thing that your viewers did, but your information was helpful because it came at the time we needed to make the important decision. So that is how we inspire technical innovations, address complex strategic questions, and direct research and development with those viewing. And on this page, there's a bunch of links, and I would like to, I'm happy to distribute this whole slide deck as a PDF so you can actually click on these links and download papers and get a bunch of scientific information and go crazy with learning new stuff if it's new to you. And I just want to thank Deborah Katz and everyone at IRVA, all the viewers, all the clients, all the experimental participants, and donors for projects that have supported work that's related to all this. Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, BL Foundation, the Jim and Christina Grody Hummingbird Fund, Jeff Olsner, and then a bunch of co-authors that I've worked with over the years. Thanks so much.
All right. Well, in 2017, as we worked to supplement our Ingo Swan documentary with Ingo's waking dream work, we turned to one of today's closing speakers, as he is an expert in multiple precognition and dream state awareness. Providing him with a few screenshots of Ingo's dream files, he responded 2 weeks later saying that in the 3 days before receiving our email, he had his own series of dreams, the imagery of which correlated with Ingo's own dreams we had sent to him, almost to the same exact imagery. He shared with us the transcripts and drawings from these. They were mind-blowing. Please join me in welcoming Dale Graff, retired aerospace engineer, physicist, and former chief and director of the Stargate Remote Viewing Unit at Fort Meade, and his collaborator on multiple precognition and dream state awareness experiences, researcher Patricia, Cyrus, for their talk on the dynamics of precognitive dreaming.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I almost forgot about that incident with the information on Ingo's dream. And that was really quite a shock when I had that dream, and then later learned that that was true, that he really did have, that Ingo really did have lucid dreams. And that was the first time I became aware of that. Now, what I'm going to do in this talk, I'll be going for maybe 15, 20 minutes. Then I have my colleague to come up to talk about a specific experiment. And then I want to go into the experiment or the project that I'd like to have set up for tonight, where all of you will be given the opportunity to dream about a target picture. And that will be the last part of my talk. Now, the dynamics of precognitive dreaming, what I mean by that is I have been a student of dreams for a long time. And in fact, I first began a dream journal back in 1970, and it wasn't until maybe the first 2 weeks or so, it became very clear that most of my dreams, or many of them at that time, were precognitive. So I have a long history of experience with precognitive dreams. And I've also done specific experiments looking at certain types of precognitive dreams. One series had to do with looking into the future news and dreaming about pictures that would show up 3 or 7 days later in one of the newspapers. So I have some experience there, and I continue to study precognitive dreaming because I think it's very important to look at our dream state for a lot of reasons, not just for the benefit that we can gather from gaining insight into our own personal lives or health situation or whatever from dreams, but also what can we learn from looking at precognitive dreams from the overall process involved? How does psi really function? How does a dream image convert from, say, an object or a target or something from the future into what we perceive in our dreamscape? And so that's been an item of interest to me for a long time, and I continue to study that. Now look at each experience as a really separate experience. I'm not that much interested in statistics, although I do that as well. But what if one experience really tells us about the whole cognitive process? And I look at it from a personal point of view. How can we relate to research by studying our dreams? And also from the perspective of how do we evaluate the material? Now, one of my first experiences with the validity of precognitive dreaming came from this book that I read many years ago. It's a classic published in 1927 by John Donne, an aeronautical engineer. Also, that's part of my background too, so I felt attracted to his individual writings. And in this book, he does talk about precognitive dreaming or dreaming the future news, which gave me the idea later on, in fact, just a few years ago, to replicate the concept that he had presented in that book. And I and my colleague who's sitting over here were able to do that. Now, what I'll be talking about here is I want to make it clear about the protocol. I have about 7 or 8 illustrations just to give you an idea of how I do this. And this is all double blind, well documented. All the sketches I made were transmitted electronically before I knew what the target was. So it's not that I saw a picture and then scribbled something down and embellished it later. This is well documented material. And the process I used was actually available to many people. And it's an existing target pool, because I don't really have my own independent target pool. That takes a lot of time and effort to build. So I was working with Marty Rosenblatt, who's running what's called the Applied Precognition Project, and using his material. So I really appreciate his help for that. One of the problems I ran into, though, was in order to choose the target picture or to dream about the target picture, I had a hurdle to go through before I got there. I was my own self-judge of the 2 targets that came up. So now the problem is, will my judging interfere with the truth later on when I learn what the picture is? So I developed a strategy to try to avoid that. Now, the main objective that I set out each night when I did these experiments, number one, I want to experience a clear and accurate dream. It's a very simple objective. And really, that's about all you need to do. Intend to experience a clear dream about the target picture or whatever objective you want to dream about. But I did a twist this time. I've been doing this for many years, but in this particular series of about a dozen or so, I decided to put a twist to it and to have dreams that might give me insight into the process itself. How do dreams really get into the dreamscape? How does the target picture transfer over into my subconscious mind? And then I perceive it in a dream or a lucid dream. And I might add that a lot of my material is in the lucid dream state. So I'm going to start with one simple example. And well, the first one, which I began back in the series in February. Now, this is my sketch. And my approach is, since judges are going to be looking at a picture, why should I give them a lot of data? I just give them the sketch I made, so they don't have to read a lot of transcripts and get maybe confused by words that I use. So this is the sketch I submitted before, of course, I saw the 2 pairs and had to make my choice. And one of the things I'm interested in particularly is the dynamics of the whole situation. Now, dreams are a very dynamic activity. Things are moving, they're jumping around, and they're really dynamic most of the time. But this particular dream, for the night of the experiment, was nothing like that. it was almost nothing. It was almost nothing here. Just a white field with a couple of lines on it. I drew it, and after I looked at it when I drew it, I said, well, it can't just be nothing. Nobody would have a target like that. And unfortunately, I put people crawling up a mountain, but that's not what it was. The target picture was actually that. So, so the point this dream made to me was be careful of how you interpret the picture, because if you don't know what that is, just draw the sketch and let it go. Don't try to add anything to it like I did. Now the picture itself, you know, if I just flash that to you, what are you going to make of it? Is it a snowfield? Is it a pile of white sand or what? So it's very difficult to know what that picture is, even when you're looking at it. Here's another one. This is in 2 stages. Now, sometimes when I'm doing this dream work, 2 dreams occur. And the first dream usually has the main essence, the main gestalt of the target picture. Now, if that doesn't look clear to me, then I go back and desire to have a follow-up dream to clarify or to add more information to it, if possible. So these are the 2 dreams. Now, if you notice, there's no background. It's just an image, just a static image showed up in the dream. And it stays there a while. My dreams, when I'm doing precognitive dream work, are very brief. They're usually maybe 5 to 10 seconds long. Now, ordinary dreams run for minutes. So they're very brief and to the point. So that was the first dream. Just call it something colored that's coming together and creating this mesh. So, okay, well, I think that was. So another dream occurred with this weird looking structure down below. So I put them together and submitted them. And this is the target picture. So here's what's happening on this particular dream. The subconscious mind is looking for something unusual and reconstructs that fall of lines. And that's all I saw. That's all that's presented. It's as if the dream was presented in stages, looking at different layers of memory, searching in memory to pull that which resonates with the key image, and then searching for another layer of memory to match with what the picture hopefully is. Now, here's one that's somewhat different from the ordinary precognitive dreams I had in the series or for other precognitive dreams that I have done. And this goes back many years. And the 2 aspects to this one again. The first dream hardly had anything, just that the white area, a dark background, not the kind of thing you normally dream about, or even want to dream about for that matter. And then the second dream was just a huge field of color, emphasizing the yellow in the center. The only thing I could do is put them together and send them in. Hopefully that some of that is correct, so I get a hit for that particular series. So I sent it in, and not having any idea what that could be. I gave up. I cannot decide what that is. So it was this picture. Now, in looking at this, I finally realized what was happening at a subconscious level. If you look at the picture, you've got black and you have gray. And anybody that's done any photography understands things about the 18% grayscale. So you're looking at a picture that hardly has any meaningful contrast. At a subconscious level, I could not tell what those boundaries were. So my subconscious mind did the best thing it could to try to figure out what the target was. So I ended up with just a black and white sketch, which is basically 2/3 of the picture. Now, the second dream that came in focused strictly on the color. I was drawn right to that color. It was a very strong, attractive point. So there are a couple of issues here of how the information is perceived and then transmitted through the machinery of your brain, your subconscious mind, and then something in subconscious says it matches this, or it doesn't match that, or it's more like this, or more like that. So there's this interplay of what's perceived through the precognitive process and my own memory structure. And the different layers of my memory structure involved here. Now, so far, the pictures I've shown you are, the target pictures are static. There's not a lot going on there. And as I mentioned earlier, dreams are lively things. They're like mind movies. In fact, in some of my publications, I call them mind movies. They tend to want you to move around and jump around. They have a storyline. They don't like to sit still. So it's very difficult to pin a dream down to a static image and hopefully to dream it accurately. The next one is really totally different. Now, that's why I submitted. But the dream itself is not short. In the dream, I am on a wild river in a canoe heading toward a waterfall. And now I panic. I gotta get out of this. Now the dream starts becoming lucid, okay? Becoming more and more aware. Oh, I'm dreaming. I'm on this huge river. And this is three-dimensional. This is a vivid scene. I cannot believe it's not real. But yet I have to go through a test in this lucid dream. Is this a dream or is it real? Where am I? So I finally realized, oh, this is a dream. I can get out of it. I can get off the river. I don't have to go over the fall. So I get out of it when I create that little safe spot over here where you see a couple of people standing on. But the dream continues. This is unlike most of my precognitive lucid dreams. It continues. Now I'm looking at this river and it's raging along. And then a very unusual feature happens, although it's not too unusual for many of my dreams. I have what I experience as a telescopic effect. If I really think about something in the dream, it all of a sudden expands as if I'm looking through a telescope. And the next picture shows what happened. I'm looking down, there's something down in the river. I don't know what it is. I have to get down there and look at it. Maybe there's a swimmer or there's a fish or something. I want to see what that is. And I'm trying to get down there to understand what's down in the river. And then I start thinking too much and I break the lucidity and I wake up. Okay, now what was that about? A very long dream, not like my typical precognitive dreams, but it got into my background. It drug most of my whitewater canoeing experiences and put it into this dream, out of memory, right out of memory, because at one time, I really did get swept over a waterfalls on a Canadian river. So the target picture is this, a very nice, smooth river. But to lead to that, my subconscious mind flooded me with traumatic memories. So I had a trauma there until I got out of that canoe. So the only thing I didn't see the center part. So it looks like the picture triggered a resonance with all this memory and ended up pinning the dream to the ending scene, which matched the river and also the shadows that are in the river. I actually became very attracted to the ripples in the waves. So now this is another one that's strange and different. It's dynamic, although I can't show it in the sketch. I walk into a kitchen and somebody is across from me in this dream, hands me a plate with something green on it. And I look around and it looks like a table, it's all full of stuff and dishes around. They didn't draw all that, too complex. So it's a kitchen scene. So, well, here I am looking at the sketch and it occurs to me as I'm thinking about that after I woke up and fixed in memory what that dream was. It was very brief. I said, would anybody put a country kitchen in a target pool? That's too common. I see country kitchens all the time. So now what I want to do, if there's anything unique in here, I like to go back and have another dream that picks out a unique feature, if it's there. If it's not there, I won't have this follow-on dream. I just have to submit this. So I fall back to sleep a short time later. This is all that happened. All of a sudden, boom, the whole movie screen that I called a movie screen in my dream There's nothing but this strange pattern of complex geometries, as far as I can see. I didn't draw them all. I got tired of drawing them. And I combined the two and submitted it. And this is the target picture. And once again, it looks like what happened is the dreaming mind latched on to the main gestalt in segments. What's familiar and what's not familiar presented them in this complex process. You know, I had a few other dreams I'm going to briefly go over. This was kind of weird. All of a sudden, three cylindrical objects show up and they seem to expand. And then I have a hypnagogic image when I wake up of like a sunrise. So I submitted that, and it was an orange card. So it didn't show the orange per se, but it showed the dynamics around the orange, that there are slices, there are dynamics of cylinders implied in the scene. So that was another correct correlation. Now the next one here, again, odd, because it was not dynamic. And as I mentioned before, dreams should be dynamic. I'm just looking at the really strange structure. I cannot make out what it is. And I'm becoming lucid. And when I become lucid, I start analyzing within the dream. I keep asking whatever is going on in the dream maker, what is this that's being presented to my dream perspective? I don't know. So I just drew what I could without even putting any analysis interpretation in it. So it's an interesting picture, but if you look at it, there's hardly any boundary separation. They're very confusing. If I flash that picture to you, would you know those were roses? So the problem my subconscious had was actually correctly identifying them as roses, which it couldn't do. So it converted it to something from memory and resembled something like a little car. This is probably the most unusual dream I've ever recorded. And again, there's nothing to it. It's just a glob. All of a sudden, my visual field has a glob. What am I going to do with this glob? I drew the glob as best as I could. Is this all that's going to happen tonight? So I'll go back to sleep and say, there's got to be more to this picture than a glob. So Marty wouldn't put just a glob in the target pool. Now, this is the most dynamic one. All of a sudden, this figure jumps out of the air and flips over and goes sailing through the air. So I put the two sketches together, and this is the target picture. And now, here's an interesting thing. I didn't notice it at first, but when I drew the sketch up top, I do have a face and I have feet, and that is discernible on the glob. So it's as if the dream kept going over and over and over my subconscious mind to try to figure out what that was, and then combine that in the second image. So there was an iterative process going on subconsciously. Now, the last one I want to talk about, again, thanks to a very unusual target pool, I'm learning a lot. So in this one, again, it ends up a huge scene. This is like a movie. Now I'm in a movie. It's like a IMAX movie. And I'm in this movie. And I'm walking around. Oh, there's trees going all the way up. I can't see where they end. There's trees. I can't get it. Why are these trees? Now my curiosity is getting the best of me. I want to identify these trees. Well, what are these trees? I'm now smothered by. I walk around and I can't see through the trees. They go so hard, I'm tired of drawing them. I just made one big green later. So now here is a feature that sometimes happens in my dream. An assistant shows up in the dream, a dream figure that pops in. And I could look over this dream figure like a really real person. Now I'm lucid, but I know that that's not part of that dream. It's part of an assistance process that goes on at a subconscious level, like a guide. So here's this figure. Now I look at the figure, it's a forest ranger. And I say to the forest ranger, what are we looking at? What kind of trees are these? And we're both walking around looking, and he shakes his head. I don't know what they were. So I don't either. So I wake up. Now, I thought about this and said, no, can't be the only part of the target. Marty wouldn't just put trees in there. My logical mind, I mean, there must be another feature to this target. And this was so opposite, I couldn't believe it. Now again, I'm walking along a dark road, and I'm lucid, I'm aware there's a light down there, there's a strange shape in the front. And I look to the right, and there's a window with some kind of cloth hanging in it. So all I could do was draw it, put them together, and send it in. So there's the picture. Okay, so these are a lot of fun. Don't misunderstand me. They are a lot of fun, entertaining, and I do like movies, and I do like mind movies. So what conclusions can I draw from this? The target picture content. If you design an experiment, really pay attention to the contrast and the boundary. Particularly if you're going to get things published and have a good hit rate, make sure that the boundaries are clear, the colors are clear, and consider all the dynamics that might come out of any kind of picture, whether it's static or not. What are the applied dynamics? Which way are the lines pointing? And what the contrast is to designing a good target photo, then just the opposite. Poor contrast, overlapping, and even adverse content. So far, the pictures have not stirred any unusual negative feelings for me. The cognitive aspects of this, I think in image construction, that it's an expansion. What's going on subconsciously is that the subconscious mind is expanding on what it's perceiving in these kinds of targets. And there's some basic visual elements that are being pulled together and expanded. I use the term form consciousness because that's from some of the early research that people had done on elements of visual perception. But there's also a pattern matching process going on. What is that pattern that best matches something you already know? And then also it looks like there are memory clusters involved, pieces of memory, layers, that our memory is based on not just bits and pieces or even gestalt, but the whole layers in there. And sometimes it might be searching within that layer what the best match is. There are specialty regions in our mind that are really good at seeing faces, edge detection. We have the face recognition circuit in our brain really fast. That's why you recognize a friend in a crowd and there's all these other people around, right, you know exactly who that is. And in terms of knowing what it is, that's a different issue. That's a different part of the brain. And now there has to be an overlap between that pattern and the part of the brain that knows what a pattern is. And there could be hundreds of interpretations for slight variations in patterns. So that's why it's so difficult to actually know what you perceive in this kind of work, including remote viewing work as well. That's why it's difficult to know what that answer is, unless it's a very generic kind of name, like it's a house. But what house? And of course, any process like this will have memory errors. We may mismatch slightly, either at the subconscious level or at our own conscious level. I'm not going into too much of this, but I can see bits and pieces like this floating around. And it's a dream creation and recall. So it almost seems to me that in the precognitive dream work that I do, that the information is received prior to the dream itself, and a play is constructed, and it reels in front of your eyes, and you end up, because that's the way I desire it to be. It ends up at the end, which is what closely matches the intended target. There's also a filtering process going on. A dream recall is, of course, helped by our own work with dreams of any kind. This is begin remembering dreams, and when you do this kind of work, it'll be a little easier to do. Now, one of the precognitive implications for remote viewers. Well, anytime you work in the precognitive field, whether it's in the dream side or in the remote viewing or some other thing, you actually help the understanding of precognitive period, and it helps for the validation of the phenomenon. And I think if you look at the processes, like some of them that I described, it can provide guidance for how do you summarize your data, how do you evaluate it, how do you target, how do you locate things. You take another look at what is AOL, what does the memory association mean, and are there real limits to precise meaning? Is there a fundamental limit to that based on the way our subconscious mind functions? So from an experimental side consideration, I haven't seen that too much in this because it was double blind in the future, but I do think telepathic intrusion is a factor for most side work, including remote viewing and other issues. So in the future, what I'd like to do is stir up interest in doing more specific studies that look for differences between different ways in which we perceive our psi impression. Look at feedback variations, look at the time issues, take a harder look at the sensory meaning relationship. And I'm hoping sometime a really accessible target tool is made available so that us citizen scientists, like I am now, even though I was involved in the profession for many years, that we can dial in and do some of our own work without a lot of effort and collecting background information, costs and whatever. And also as a reminder that in IRVA, we do have the IRVA research unit that does meet every month to discuss issues like this and to encourage people to continue with their own work. And we also have links with the Land Research Center. One last word. It seems to me, after all the work I've looked at since 1970, studying precognitive, particularly precognitive dreaming, that there's something like a precognitive principle at work in the universe. And that it's there. We're flooded with information having to do with the current and the future all the time. It's all around us. And it's there. All we have to do is find a way to tune into it. I think Julia had some good words on that earlier today. The process, I believe, is linked with evolution. And it's something we can routinely experience, and we can experiment with it in our own minds as a developed phenomenon. But it links with other things we know about, intuition and synchronicity, and I have a lot of synchronicity stories I have to tell sometime. One last picture. I like this picture. Does anyone recognize the painter? My name is Haystack. And it reminds me, this is what we're doing. We're trying to find a needle in the haystack. And you don't worry about the haystack. You just know there's a needle there. That's the goal. And you can find the needle in the haystack. Now I'd like to introduce Patricia Cyrus, who has been a colleague of mine for many years. And she is going to talk about one experiment that we find very interesting.
Thank you, Dale. Can you hear me? Yeah, good. So I've had the pleasure of working with Dale for over 2 decades and can't say enough about him. An amazing person. He's always given me the respect as an equal colleague, although I'm a recipient. I've got equal, billing on presentations and such, and I just really appreciate that he respects the recipients and experiments. Very important. Okay, so that, I think Dale and I started in 1998 with our first session, but we didn't formalize our experiments until 2002, I think is when we started doing a series of experiments. And Dale has always asked me to not only work in the conscious state, but to also work in the dream state. And this is where the surprise came for me, because I was used to working in remote viewing in the conscious state, mostly in the ERV or extended remote viewing, which is that level between awake and asleep. So going into the dream side was really interesting and surprising to me. So this target happens to be called a stereogram, and you may know what that is, where you have a very busy field, and there's actually an embedded image in this target. So you have to actually, in order to see it, which I didn't know at the time, so I didn't even know what the target was, you actually have to relax your vision and look beyond the target to see the image there. So maybe some of you can see that, although it usually takes a couple of minutes to relax your eyes to see it. So this particular target we did back about 21 years ago. This was the 11th target in a series of 254 targets that we did over a 10-year period. So a very longitudinal study of one tasker and one recipient. So I did the target in both the conscious state and the dream state. And the way we would perform the experiments, Dale would send me an email, say, are you prepared to do the experiment? We would set a date and time. And for me, because I worked at the time, we would do them over the weekends. So every target I had the opportunity to access it in the conscious state and in the dream state. And then after that, I would take my results, send them to him by email, and then the feedback would come back to me by email. Okay. So this is the target, number 11. And I want to talk a little bit about a stereogram. A gentleman by the name of Bella Eulis at Bell Laboratories saw the usefulness of using the stereogram to determine whether depth perception actually happened in the brain or in the eyes themselves. And based on his research, he saw that it happened in the brain, not in the eyes themselves. And this is how you're able to look at a stereogram with normal viewing. This is how you would see a 2D art. But if you are looking at a stereogram where the image has actually been embedded underneath the noise of all the color, you're able to, ultimately the image will just pop out at you. Okay? So this is the conscious state session results. And as you can see, the target is a little confusing. I mean, it's a lot of, there's some dynamics and such there, but I'll just read to you my impressions. As I said, it had a strong sensations or energetic, twirling round and round, visual of a rod with a fan-like structures attached that were turning round in the air. Heard motorized noises, felt like it was a merry-go-round or electric turbine because of the turning feelings. Now, if you knew my background in the power generation industry, you might understand why I would see windmills and the perturbations. So that was my impression in the conscious state, which is not a perfect match, but I think you can see that there could be some similarities. Oops. Okay, so there we go. Okay, so in the dream state, totally different impression. And this is the dream state session summary. Now, I didn't draw anything in the dreams. Very rarely do I get images. It's mostly text. So this is my description. And then on the top is the target, and the target and the image below is what it felt like to be walking in this environment. Excuse me. So I said it's extremely colorful and lively dream of being inside a most unusual building where each room was decorated with its own theme, lots and lots of color. The room where I spent the most time was painted all four walls and the floor were the color of tigers, i.e. strong orange stripes and bits of black and brown. At one point, the figure, a tiger man, emerged and we engaged in conversation. So essentially, it's a lucid, my first conscious experience of having a lucid dream. So I'm walking inside this really nauseating kind of environment where it's just saturated in color, right? And this is just my impression of what it's like. And while I was there, some image just kind of rose up out of the floor and started talking to me. And I call it Tiger Man because the colors were dispersed equally across the image of that. So it seemed to me like tiger stripes, right? Now, when Dale sent me the feedback photo, right, like I think it was 3 or 4 days later, after the session was done, I got the target and I'm like, yeah, there's a lot of color. And I think that's it. And Dale said, do you see anything there? And I said, no, I do not see the illusion you're referring to. Only lots and lots of different colors. I definitely resonate with the sense of being drenched in color and the kind of swirling energetics the picture imparts to the viewer at first glance. This is definitely like my dream, so much color as to be overwhelming. Okay. Now, what we didn't know at the time is, and by the way, I sent this to 5 different printers because, in my office, thinking that I'm just not seeing something. He says there's something there, but I don't see it. Right. Well, what we didn't know at the time, which I learned 2 years after this particular target, was that it's impossible for me to see it because I have moved one of my eyes since birth. So I'm totally monovision. I cannot even simulate binocular vision. So the image itself somehow appeared to me, right? But I've never seen the feedback. So only maybe 4 years after did Dale even tell me what the image was, which apparently is a lamb, right? I couldn't see it. I still can't see it. Okay, so question is, does 3D perceptions occurring in the dream state where it's impossible for me to see it in the conscious state, but yet that image is there. So something is different about your vision capabilities in the conscious state versus the dream state. In the dream state, they seem to be much more integrative, much more immersive. So this is a summary. And again, this is no fast rules because we don't know what's going on. But what would we think with our work in precognition and retrocausation is that it could be the viewer's future knowledge of the target and that it's sending that signal somehow correlating to your current now. Okay? And unlike where most feedback is the photograph, because I cannot see the image, perhaps the feedback is just the intellectual verbal understanding that there's an image that will emerge. So how that's happening, I think, we've seen this in other presentations where knowledge, not just essentially your visual, but it could be your intellectual knowledge that's informing from the future to the current now. Okay? And just in general, I believe that the cognitive functions and external perceptual faculties, they collaborate in this predictive feedback process. And what we're doing with remote viewing or precognition is we're just stretching that rubber band out further. It's all the same thing though, just a continuum, and we're just stretching it out further. Okay? And telepathic overlay, of course, has to be considered as a possible way that this information got into my mind. Okay?